this works. That's always an anxiety spike moment when you push the start streaming button.
Right.
Your brain is in limbo for a few moments.
Did you turn the Lua connector on? Like, did you get that S and
going? I'll tell you what, doing that multi-world, it's making me like just become an old hat at getting that set up.
Yep.
Like,
I guess getting comfortable at that is a good idea to like make it easier to do things, I guess.
It's still nonsense, don't get me wrong. It's still... I'm at 1,500 checks in that multi-world. That's an average of 100 checks per game. It helps
What's
get
your
back to that
total? Like, how many total checks are there?
34, 34. There's 3,434 checks across 15 games. And I assume they're going to start dropping fast, because when I'm at 135 of 321 checks in Final Fantasy VI, right? But I'm only one item away from go mode. So if I find that and I just go knock that game out, I'm just sending the last 120 checks out immediately.
Yeah. I mean, of those checks, like, you probably only ever do, I would say, like 2/3 of them.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and I really enjoy it. I'll probably do another one at some point with even more stupid games in it.
Hey, remember how you were like, oh, you don't understand Archie, and you don't see how it has any staying power, and you think it's a dumb idea?
I still think that. I think you could ruin this whole thing by throwing Stardew Valley on top of it. Like, there's a reason I didn't select games like that to put in here. I still think that the best Archie experience, if you've got multiple players, is to have everybody playing the same kind and size of game.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Unless you're doing it async.
Yep.
Well, which is what I'm doing with this here. I'm still experimenting with it, though. Like, I think Mega Man 2 and X2 at the same time was about as big as a free enterprise scene. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like just barely never BK'd at all.
I'm also not the fastest free enterprise player, so.
Who is Destil?
Does free enterprise actually have like any control over the flags? Because the reason I've been interested in that is I do not know where all the stupid, like I can get about 85%, probably 95% of all the little random items in towns, but I always just turn those off.
No.
Like the last time I looked at it was still in beta, and they didn't really have good control over all the flags.
So the thing is they have to like you need, there's not enough spaces in the game for multi-world items unless you do like you start putting stuff in the chests.
Yeah, you probably
I'm fine
need
with
to have
chests. I would love to turn off chests in towns.
You just learn where the pots are.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah. I'm so defeated. Oh my god, we just destroyed the man's soul. All right, I'll learn where the pots are.
There's a way I like to play free enterprise, and it has very little to do with walking around in towns for 2 hours at the beginning.
The setting that I messed up, and I'm not sure if it's an Archie thing or not, is that I can't kick characters out of my party. I can't replace anybody. So once they're in for good. And I don't know if it's a setting I missed, because I would never play with that setting.
It's called hold on.
Because I had that setting turned on, and then I rolled a Porum Tella start. Like, ugh.
Oh god. I'm sorry.
It's not the worst you could have, but it's not great.
What is? If Porum Tella's not the worst, what is?
If you can't kick people out of your party, I think I would rather
Sid Tella?
be about the worst.
Double Sid, maybe?
Yeah, double Sid, double Tella. Double Porum would be better.
I mean, the thing is like nothing in the overworld is really threatening enough to make any of the starts bad. Unless you roll the Dick Knight into a character check spot, like on the mountain or something. But even then, like those spot. Well,
a character check doesn't block you though, so you're fine.
Yeah.
Let's come back to it later.
I think the worst start. I'm trying to think. It might be 2 Death Knights, and I say this because
that's pretty bad.
Because you have to be strong enough to win the fights on the mountain. And essentially, those two characters are not getting benefit of any of the experience.
Or
So
equipment. Like, and the equipment selection is really bad, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the main one for me. I mean, what do I do if I get that? You can definitely win Antlion unless it's terrible. And from there you can hopefully get a key item and do something else.
Yeah.
You might be able to, if you have items on, you just run around until you find a Gaia drum or something, though.
Yeah. Characters permajoin. That is an option in the YAML.
Okay, so I messed that up. Well, sometimes I mess things up. Speaking of which, here's D&D.
Yeah.
I think we've messed this up firmly. I think the messing up here is firmly and strongly on us in a lot of ways.
No, the messing up is in Hasbro's. No, I'm just kidding.
Everybody has shared the blame here. The company, the DM, the players, we're all awful. We've all done wrong.
Yeah, why are we even here? Misery loves company.
The streaming platform.
Oh, yeah, definitely the streaming platform is to blame.
What was that old stupid comic where, like, the drunk driving, like, oh, even the cop gets in trouble? Was that a fever dream I had?
Probably.
I've never heard that one.
Possibly.
There's an old comic about drunk driving, like, even the passenger gets in trouble, then the cop arrests himself, and, like, even the cop gets in trouble. Drunk driving is no joke.
This does sound like a fever dream of yours.
This sounds insane. Yes.
Sorry, I will never speak of it again.
Sounds like a whitest kid you know sketch somehow.
Who has a 100-word summary of the trouble you guys got into last session?
I forget. Did Ssah'ra and Nerium go on their girls'
Yeah.
day? Was that last time or the time before?
I think that was
girls'
last
day
time.
out- the girls' day out
brought
and
back a
then
disease.
Yeah, you went to
Girls' Day Out.
went to like a zombie apocalypse.
Girls' Day Out in the zombie apocalypse.
Got mojitos, got your nails did.
Yes, Ssah'ra and Nerium had a nice girls' night out and came back with a disease. As it happens.
The
And
disease is nobility.
Yeah.
So we have a sacrificial elf, and we have a corpse. What do we do with the corpse? Does anybody remember what we do with
Went
the
out
corpse?
the porthole.
We
Yeah,
shut,
we should have
yeah.
Cost us some EXP.
That's right.
Well, that was the blood. But like I think the actual body is in like the bag of holding.
So the goal,
Whatever.
I don't know what we did with it. I don't have it written down.
the reason you needed this elf is because you're going to sail to the Cliffs of Glass. Now, you've told Tenacity that you're sailing here because there's a storm giant Atma that can be bound to your toenail shield that will make it safe to use. Because currently it's not safe to use because it has the wrong Atma in it. It has some like orc guy in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
Some
was
loser.
That's like a week ago. I don't remember.
Double Owl, however, opened an iron flask to free an Ifriti who he says could be bound to the Aram apparatus of the deceit to make it fly again. And if he manages to do this, he might be able to bring the captain out of his stupor and wrench some of the reins of control away from Tenacity. Unfortunately, you guys didn't get an Ifriti. You got some Dragonborn loser.
Yeah.
But the Dragonborn guy was like, but my boss is an Ifriti, and he's at the Cliffs of Glass. So you told Tenacity you're going to go there to get this storm giant Atma, but you're actually going there to trap this Ifriti, who is Zirahl's patron. Meanwhile, Ssah'ra has materialized this ritual in her mind to sacrifice this elf in order to gain a wish out of the Pact of Rosiris.
Everybody got all that?
A lot of storylines are starting to converge at the end of the campaign. All right. Does anybody have any prep work you want to do before you arrive?
I should check to make sure that I.
What was that, McDohl? What were you trying to say?
My brain was jumping on Spaceballs.
Let's see.
As always.
Spaceballs, the
Good
RPG.
movie.
Is it?
Yes.
No, it was a great movie.
Is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was pretty good.
It is a perfectly serviceable movie.
It's right up there with the rest of them. You got The Princess Bride, you got Robin Hood Men in Tights, you got Spaceballs, you got Labyrinth.
Yeah, see, these are
It was
not
a good,
the same.
It was a good period of movies.
Young Frankenstein's great.
So, anybody have any prep work before you arrive at the Cliffs of Glass?
I left a note somewhere for myself.
I did find something I wanted to ask.
If I did, I have long forgotten it. So the answer is no.
Excellent.
Yeah, same. Did we
What
get any
does it
downtime
matter?
at any point on the way?
You guys aren't going to have any
I think we're all
downtime
busy,
sailing to the
right?
Cliffs of Glass because you're going to be busy hiding this.
Yeah. Okay.
So I wouldn't have had time to like write a scroll, for example.
No, because that would be a downtime action.
Okay. Yeah, then I don't have anything to play.
All right. McDohl, do you have a note?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it right now.
This is what happens if you don't play for 2 weeks. Everybody forgets everything. What is D&D?
Literally everything.
What
falls
do the
apart.
D's even stand for?
How do I
Yeah.
attack?
Don't worry about the D's. They're going to be X's soon enough.
They're gonna be...
How do I mine for fish?
Can I use the special D20?
This,
Why can't Samus crawl?
No, it's why can't Metroid
Why can't
crawl?
Metroid crawl?
Oh yeah.
I have taken the teleportation circle spell, and according to the thing, I'm supposed to get two to start with.
Mhm.
Is that how in depth do you want to go on that?
I don't know how much it's going to affect anything, but yeah, we can make that
Yeah.
decision now if you want. Let me pull up the spell.
Yeah.
I still use the same spellbook app on my phone. Let's see here. You learn the sigil sequences for 2 destinations on the material plane determined by the DM. What 2 destinations would you like? Let's start there. Like, what would make sense to you?
Let's say the free port of Varinthia and the Bridge City.
Okay. Works for me.
And the other thing I had was, it never got stated outright in the last session, but Zirahl, if it's presented to him, he will sign his mark to the deceit and join the crew.
Yeah, that's presented to him
Okay.
to take his
Yeah,
share in the
absolutely.
treasure.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's also put under the remit of Benedict, who is still party babysitter.
Really? I'm surprised that duty persisted. I mean, sure, fine, great.
It's going to be a lot
All right.
easier now without Nazir, because Nazir was the big troublemaker.
I mean, we know nothing about Zirahl, to be fair.
Nazir,
made
the
any-
big
he hasn't made any trouble
troublemaker.
He
Meanwhile-
could be worse.
Meanwhile, Nerium's over here like, yes, Nazir, the biggest troublemaker on the ship. Yes.
Nerium's
Nazir.
never made any trouble for tenacity, though.
Has she?
Not that I've been
Not
caught
overtly.
on.
Yeah, not. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. The dots have yet to connect themselves.
I've got deniability, which is, I guess, enough for tenacity.
I'm imagining tenacity in her her Spartan quarters with a cork board and a picture of Nerium and a picture of everything wrong and a question mark between them.
So, approaching the Cliffs of Glass, you're able to see it from several kilometers off because Peachberry has magical spyglass. And all you know... Well, Zirahl, you have an intuitive knowledge that the Afridi is bound somewhere inside of the cliffs. And the cliffs are just these... this just sheer obsidian face, completely unhospitable. There's nowhere at all to anchor the ship to go ashore. And there is a supernatural shield of wind that causes the sea at the base of the cliffs to roil violently against it, breaking away at the material and just leaving all of the water below filled with jagged rocks. It's also incredibly difficult to fly in the area for the same reason. This supernatural wind is just incredibly unpredictable. None of you have a natural flying speed, but I think it's a trick Zirahl likes to use once in a while, and it always goes badly for her, and I just want to make sure that we know it's going to go badly for her again.
Sahn also recently gained the psychometabolic ability to grow wings out of his back.
Okay.
Zirahl also can fly temporarily.
So what it's basically going to do is if you decide to fly in the area around the cliffs, when you move, and if you move and you're using your fly speed, you must first succeed on a dexterity acrobatics check or fall out of the air. Unless it states that you have a hover ability. Some creatures get the hover keyword. That means you don't need to use your wings or use your inertia to fly. You can just like hang in place like a beholder.
So is the wind like lateral, like left to right, or is it like blowing down?
It's erratic.
Oh, it's just random. Okay.
It's functionally random. All right. So you guys are looking at the sheer cliff face from a distance. They're going to bring the ship as close as they safely can, but it's going to be up to you guys to figure out how to, first of all, arrive at the cliffs. Second of all, how to get up to them. And third of all, what your destination is. You need to get inside the cliffs somehow.
So Benedict's going to suggest if it's inhospitable above, maybe it's less so beneath, and he could go scout out underwater.
You want to swim down underneath?
You
Sure.
can try that. I'm gonna try something.
Yeah.
How tall is the cliff?
Hundreds and hundreds of feet.
So where are we right now? We land at the shore.
You can imagine you're about 2 kilometers offshore to the south.
Okay,
is
and then
the
when
vent?
we
Oh, there
actually
it
get
is.
on shore, Ssah'ra is going to try and make a set of stairs.
Well, there's no shore to land on. It's just the cliffs go down into the ocean, and then there's just
Well, whenever we get close
shoals
to
and
the
jagged
cliffs,
rocks.
yeah, Ssah'ra is going to attempt to make a staircase with magic.
What kind of magic?
Mold earth.
Well, there's no
It
earth
only
to
works
mold.
on. It's only loose dirt.
Obsidian is
You've got
different.
you've got jagged
Yeah.
obsidian and water to work with here. Unless you
I mean, I
brought
can
your own dirt.
potentially, I can potentially climb the cliff. I have spider climb.
Okay.
It lasts for an hour, but that just covers me.
Oh, do we have our what are they called? Artifacts. Do we have any artifacts here?
Yes, you can go ahead and attune to whatever artifact you think you need for the adventure. The toenail is not a valid selection because it's just too dangerous. It's too volatile to use.
I would
Unless
love
you
a
mean the
shield,
heart is
but-
mandatory.
The heart is mandatory, yes. If you want to use it in this, if you want to do the wish in the adventure, you're going to have to take the heart, or you're going to have to. Well, he's not going to let you take 2 artifacts, so I'm going to say yes.
Here's a question
So-
for the party. Do we have access to restoration? Oh, it'd have to be greater restoration.
If you want to scout underwater, Benny, I think that's a good idea. But I can also, like, after you're done with that, I think I can just climb the cliff, like, unless the wind is so bad that I can't spider climb up it.
I was thinking about like using 4 levels of the bracers to make a wall of water to push people up. Like everybody piles on the ginger cookies, and then I raise the wall of water under us, and we can get up there.
If somebody takes the chain, we can make an unbreakable set of rope pulley climbing gear contraption thing.
Yeah, how are you gonna get it 400 feet up there though?
Yeah.
Send Sahn climbing
other
up or
thing
raise him
is-
with a wall of water. That's what I heard.
The other thing is, if one of us is willing to work at that at their own individual attempts, then the rest of us could take a leisurely break inside of my.
Why don't we just
My
all
vessel.
go in your thing and have Sahn carry it over the top?
Yeah, I think that's what he's suggesting.
So step
Yeah,
one, though,
yeah.
is Benny wants to go out in the water and kind of scout the area. Yeah?
It just seems like I mean, let's just get a full survey, right?
Okay.
So Benny will volunteer to do that.
Benny, give me an investigation check. Are you trained in nature?
I don't think I am.
Okay, so give me an investigation check
Naz's part. Let's see.
at disadvantage.
I love how you say that as my 7 hits the table, and I'm like, oh, well, it can only get worse. Oh, well, it's 7.
Okay. All you manage to learn is that the construction of the cliffs of glass, the material that makes it up, is supernatural in origin, which means it's very difficult to tell what is and is not normal for the area. And as you're scouting the cliffs underwater, jagged peaks of obsidian strewn all along the seabed, making them very treacherous to swim around. Breaching the water is extremely dangerous. For reasons I hope are obvious.
Yeah.
But you managed to scour the base of the cliffs looking for what exactly? Looking for openings?
Just looking for an entrance, yeah.
Okay.
Nothing of that sort.
Nothing of the sort. And it's a little alarming that the actual cliff face is not made of regular stone-like material. It is the jagged glass all the way down to the seafloor.
Then he'll come back up and climb aboard the ship and he'll say, it's beautiful, but it just goes all the way down. It doesn't look like there's any openings we can get in.
Beautiful and goes all the way down. Doesn't it remind you of Nazir?
Oh God.
Okay,
Nazir's not here
so,
anymore.
Like he's just.
does everyone want to get in the gem, and I'll try climbing up the cliff?
So, question before we start climbing.
Yeah.
When we were sailing up to the cliffs, was there a spot where the cliffs sort of like gradually began and got higher, or is it just like flat land and a sudden tower of obsidian?
The cliff face itself constructs the southern portion of the continent that you're approaching, and it just goes straight down into the seafloor. There's nowhere to make a landing.
So if we were to land like north of it, could we walk up it, or it's just like a giant pillar of obsidian?
There'd be nowhere to make a landing anywhere along the southern shore.
Okay.
I mean,
So it's not
these are-
realistic to land elsewhere and hike over to it.
Correct.
These are destinations that are like days away by ship. So, like, even if we did start over here, this is 200 miles away.
If you did
Like, we
want to
couldn't
make
even
that
do
trek,
on foot.
then you'd be approaching from the north by land, and then you'd have to figure out a way to climb down looking for an entrance. That would be
But
the
that would
danger
take-
there.
That would take ages.
It is an option though.
Yeah.
You guys are level like what,
Okay, so
13 adventurers.
Well,
I
We
would
don't have
suggest
time
that
for that.
when you go into the little gem, bring about 500 feet of rope with you, because I don't have a good plan for getting back down. And yeah, I'll swim out like from as close as we can get. I will manifest partial transfiguration to cause little hair-like things to sprout painfully out of my feet, and then I will start spider climbing up the cliff.
All right. So where
It's
are the
not a
other
gem,
party
it's
members at
me.
this point?
I guess we're in Zirahl's bottle.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
So how long? Because Zirahl, you have to be in the bottle for a certain amount of time.
Yep. I don't have to be in the bottle for a certain. I can exit. I and my companions can exit for as long as at any point.
So,
And you can
Sahn,
hear me,
with the-
right?
Yes.
what artifact did you take, Sahn?
I'm using the cube today.
The cube. Benny, what artifact did you take?
Oh, I'm gonna take the bracers.
And Ssah'ra took the heart. What did Nerium take?
Joker.
The choker. What did Zirahl take?
They're all going to take the chain.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking about maybe not taking the choker, but then I was like, no, we've got to get an elf to climb onto a sacrificial altar.
Is the elf in the bauble?
Yes.
I need to
Is he?
make.
Because once I leave, everybody has to leave in this thing, so we'd be babysitting this guy the whole way.
I mean, he's
I mean,
necessary for this.
That's essential. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
think that
he's-
there's anything we can done other than to keep him alive and out of trouble.
What did you tell him is the reason you need to take him on this adventure?
it's critical to the future of his house. This will give him back everything he lost and then some.
Because there's no
Just-
zombies.
Okay.
Just lied to him.
Just straight up lie to him. Gotcha.
Yeah.
But as soon as you empty out the iron flask of one character, everybody has to exit, and then nobody can go back in. Do I understand that correctly?
Until we take a long rest.
So you take a long rest. Okay. Sahn, I'm going to load in a new map for you.
Okay.
So a question for the group. What do you tell Benedict about this? Because for all he knows, there's this NPC that he has a grievance against, and now he's from the party.
Ssah'ra doesn't tell him anything. we need this guy to do a thing for the artifacts.
Well, I mean, if you tell him that much, he's going to put 2 and 2 together, but he's not going to be super opposed to it, I guess.
So Sahn,
Mm-hmm.
you swim out.
Yep.
You climb up to this first landing, we'll say.
Okay.
These look like rocky cliffs. Just imagine that they're obsidian cliffs.
Yeah.
Also, this comes from Go Adventure Maps.
I actually really like this map. This is super
Isn't this cool? I like this a lot
This
too.
is such a good perspective.
This is one that I've had for a little while, and have just been looking for somewhere to use it.
How does leaving the flask work mechanically? Do people take actions to get out of it, or what?
Bonus action to get out.
Okay.
Is it your bonus action to dump everybody out, or can a person use
Yeah.
their bonus action to exit?
I believe both. Let me double check that though.
Yeah, let's
Sahn
make,
is narrating the entire time, since you guys only can hear him, but you can't see anything.
let's make
And he
sure
has a
we
mind look
know.
open to Nerium.
Okay, it's the level 10 ability on the. Sanctuary Vessel. As a bonus action, I can eject any number of creatures from the vessel, and everyone is ejected if I leave or die, or the vessel is destroyed.
Okay, so they can leave as a bonus action.
Yep. And just on the off chance that we were doing this in the middle of a dungeon, I can also do this for 10 minutes, and we get the benefits of a short rest
Sahn,
while we're inside.
climb up to this first landing.
Yeah.
And you realize you've got probably hours of labor ahead of you, because you're going to have to scour these cliffs looking for an entrance inside to the cliff face.
Mhm.
Also, I love the implication of the story of these boards here. Like, somebody put these here. For what?
It's used as a bridge.
It's like the door in Serpent Trench. Like, why is it there? Who built that
Yeah, who-
door?
Who did that? Who put this X potion here?
Sahn, you climb up this first landing, and the sky splits asunder with ear-piercing shrieks. And as though offended by your very presence, 2 gargantuan birds perched on top of the cliff face begin spiraling their way down towards you. One
We've
with
got birds.
red plumage and one with green plumage. So let's go ahead and roll initiative.
How high up am I compared to the top right now?
How high? These are 5-foot squares.
Yeah. Like, how much higher up do we need to climb to get to the top if that's where we need to go?
Hundreds of feet.
Okay.
You think it's more likely there will be an entrance somewhere on the cliff face, but you can't see it from your position. And right now you've got birds. Ooh, my birds get pretty high initiative, actually.
Oh, you can't ask for better than that.
Oh, so we all need to roll.
Oh, yeah. Well, you're all in the flask, but you have awareness of what's happening. is
Can
my
we
understanding.
be ejected on our turn?
So my understanding is on your turn, you can use a bonus action to eject from the flask, in which case you'll just pick a square somewhere around Sahn to occupy. On
Preferably not this
Zirahl's
square.
turn, he could choose to use a bonus action to eject everybody.
So, question: if the flask falls to the ground, do we take damage inside of it?
Nope.
But if the flask is destroyed when it hits the ground, then we would be
And we all get
affected
dumped out.
there at the ground, right?
Plus,
an iron
plus
flask,
all of
though.
my stuff will get. Plus, all of my stuff gets dumped out.
Oh,
And
that'd
I'm
be
really
awful.
worried. Yeah.
There's a
Find
lot of
silk
stuff in
pillows.
there.
All right, who wants to run my initiative tracker this week?
Oh, I got a picture of that.
Who did it last time? I think it was me.
It was 2
I
weeks
feel
ago.
like
It was.
I got,
oh, my mouse.
I got a 15.
So
Yeah, 3.
Let's see.
17.
8. Let's see.
Does the wind, does the erratic wind cause problems with firing ranged weapons?
I'm going to say no, as long as you're firing from somewhere on these ledges at a creature kind of near to the
Okay.
cliffs. It's only going to be an issue if you fly. And climbing up didn't impose any difficulties either. You were able
Okay.
to cling to the cliff. It's also not difficult to just be on one of these squares. You can travel these squares just fine.
So the wind barrier is further out. It's not on this map.
If you attempt to fly anywhere on this map, I'm going to impose the mechanics that I talked about earlier.
Okay.
At the start, when you try to move with a fly speed, you need to start your turn with a dexterity acrobatics check. And if you fail that check, your speed becomes 0.
I guess my question is leading to how are these birds affected by it?
They're
Or
not.
do we just
They
not-
they live here.
Not know that.
They might be creating the wind. You don't know. Raz,
Okay.
the game is not physics.
How dare you pull that? How dare you? That entry was specifically tailored to me. I'm aware. As a physics-based scientist, I am appalled.
But I thought the game was physics.
Okay, I'm gonna take my turn. I'm gonna walk over here, and I'm not gonna fall because the game isn't physics. I'm going to fall up.
Wow, Raz is taking this personally. How about this? You could fall into the water, and it take basic damage. That's just acid
Or-
damage. Same thing.
You could have your orange bird not come in because orange goes first.
All right. So the top of my order
Yes, go on.
is a red rock. Do I have that correct?
It is a red rock followed by Ssah'ra, followed by
Okay.
Benny, followed by green.
Don't read the initiative order. We're not gonna memorize it.
Well, you need to.
The red rock is going to do the obvious thing and swoop down and try to grab Sahn and throw him off the cliff.
Okay.
This has happened to you before.
Yeah, I keep thinking someone should have Featherfall. For some reason, it's never me.
Be the change you want to see in the world, son.
That's
I
a
had
six-
another
Probably drop my other powers for it. but-
16
I
to
have
hit with the
Featherfall.
talons.
No.
No? So you're not grabbed. And then a 17 to hit with the beak.
No.
So the thing swoops down at you, angry, defending its territory, trying to grab you up with its talons. Definitely duck underneath it. Then it tries to peck down with the beak, and it only managed to shatter the glass behind you. That was Red Rock's turn. Who's next?
Ssah'ra, followed by Benny.
So as a bonus action, you can exit the flask onto any adjacent square.
Do we have a way to communicate with Sahn? Yes.
There's
You
a
can't
mind link
talk
with
out, but
Nerium
you
if
can-
that works.
Do you need help, Sahn?
So I'm going
Do
to
you
saw
need
the two
help, or
rocks.
are you in a
You
spot
cannot
where we can
communicate.
actually eject?
I'll tell Nerium over the mind link. Wait until I have a chance to move, and then you'll have space to get out of the flask.
I'll give them space here. I'm not going to penalize anybody for because
Okay.
this rock is swooping at you, but he's not perched here. Like people can come underneath
okay.
this situation.
How high up is it from one ledge to the other? 10 feet?
I'm going to say 10 feet from this ledge to that one, and then maybe 15 to this next one up here, and then this one looks like it's a little higher still.
Here's a question:
So the question is, do you want us to get out now, Sahn?
can we
Up to
even
you.
talk to him? Like, does telepathy actually?
No.
Are we on the same plane?
We are in an
Sahn says out
extra-dimensional
loud, I'll as soon as I'll get some space for you to get out of the flask.
All
That
right, then,
works.
You know,
Yeah.
outside of turns. That's what
then
it does.
Ssah'ra will dodge.
Okay, so Raj dodging in the flask. Who's next?
Benny.
Benny's gonna activate his channel divinity to increase his attack.
Okay.
Do I have a bonus action I can take? Oh, Shield of Faith. Okay, done.
All right, who's next?
After Benny is green.
Is green. Also going to swoop around Sahn. Kind of playing fast and loose with what actual squares these creatures occupy because they're gargantuan.
Yeah.
This is probably also some missing. I got a 16 to hit with the talons.
Nope.
And hold on, I got a math. A 21 to hit with the beak.
Kinetic damper.
So you're
that
gonna
makes my AC 24.
Okay, so you're throwing up your shield. The talon just blasts off your shield, which just angers it further. That was Green Rock. Who's next?
Green Dragon Dude. I'm guessing that's an Azure replacement.
It does still say Nazir.
Yeah,
I thought
it
we
does.
corrected that, but I guess we haven't.
Well, it's going to be uncorrected on every map that you've prepared from now to the end of the campaign.
Oh no!
I'm never gonna fix that.
Thanks for correcting me.
Let's see. So Sahn's already said we're on a precarious ledge, so dumping everyone out at the same time will probably be a bad call.
I'm not going to mechanically throw anybody into the water if you dump them now, unless I'll say that. There's room on this ledge for the whole party to stand for now.
You know what? Then I will do so.
Okay. So I'm just going to move this rock kind of aside, and you guys can just populate this ledge however you like.
We just select where we go.
You sure you don't want to hold the action until Sahn gets higher?
Remember,
we're fine.
You've got your white elf friend here, who I'm going to put on initiative 0.
I mean, he better be taking the dodge action every turn.
He's a commoner. He's got 10 hit points, and you guys need him alive.
I have Revivify. He doesn't get a choice whether to come back or not.
Where's Ssah'ra?
Crashing.
Oh no! Did you just buy a brand new computer?
Sitting in the corner,
Tabletop.
pouting.
Yeah, you're cutting out a lot.
It's what you get for buying a new computer. Now everything's broken.
I've had this computer for weeks now.
Oh, okay.
That's always the case.
Yeah, get yourself situated however you...
That's not a square.
There you go. So this rock is hovering or is flying above because it was swooping into attack some. There's room underneath it to stand. We're just going to move it aside slightly. All right. So that was Zirahl's bonus action, right?
That was part of my turn. Yeah. So I think I'm gonna throw some Eldritch Blasts at. Let's go with the green one.
Okay.
Let's see. Does a 22 hit?
22 does hit.
Uh, 12 points of force damage.
Okay.
5 fire damage.
5 points of fire damage. You're burning the poor bird.
Yep.
Oh, someone's got a
second shot.
dinner.
Second shot.
Kentucky
does
Fried
a 16
Rock.
hit?
16 does hit.
I suddenly had a realization that I'm Hulkenberg now.
14 points of force damage.
Okay.
Third Eldritch Blast is a hit. 10 points of force damage.
10 points.
Shot.
Okay. Do you get any add-on effects from your Eldritch Blasts?
No.
Just the straight up damage. Okay.
Just straight up damage. And movement would be leaving threat ranges at this point, right?
Oh, what's the reach even?
Yes.
Because my intent would be to push myself against the wall, but
if you move against this wall here, you're moving out of the reach of this one's talons.
okay. And then yeah, I will stay right here.
Yeah, everybody is in Red's threat range except for Nerium. And then everybody's in Green's threat range except for Ssah'ra at the moment.
Okay.
So Zirahl staying put there?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my god, your two names are too similar. You thought I asked Ssah'ra if she was staying there, didn't you?
Oh.
It's not even Zirahl's turn. It's Zirahl's turn.
Yeah, he's not even paying attention. What the heck, Chris?
Who's next?
Next is Sahn, followed by Nerium.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna provoke an attack of opportunity, spider climbing my way up this cliff.
You're gonna provoke 2 if you do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, low rolls. That's an 18 to hit.
Nope.
And an 18 to hit.
Duck under.
As both of them try to grab you with their talons, you manage
10,
to climb up.
15, 20. I'm gonna stick myself. I'm gonna be spider climbing up here.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna, as a bonus action, manifest Mind's Eye against this one.
Sure.
And then I'm going to start shooting. These are sharpshooters. Plus 8 to hit. So that hits an armor class of 12.
12 does not hit.
Second attack, it's an armor class of 23.
23 will hit.
Is Hunter's Mark D8?
What is
I
D6?
don't remember off the top of their hand.
It
Yeah,
might
you're right.
improve.
Depends on your
It's a
level. I think.
6.
Yeah,
It's a
thank
6.
you. All right, so that'll be 23 magical piercing damage.
Okay.
And third attack, crit. Nice. That's actually a good crit for once. That's 40 magical piercing.
40. My God. Okay.
That's the end of my turn.
Who's next?
After Sahn is Nerium.
All right. Where can I see anything above me?
Yeah, you can look up and see the blue sky.
No. I mean, like, so can I see like any of the like if I look over here, can I like see the ledge?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right.
It's higher than your current.
They don't have reactions right now.
That's also
I
true.
just want to walk away.
They've used up their reaction.
Just walk away. Just hit the bricks.
All right. I'm gonna slap this
Part
elf
of
on
why
the
I
ass.
did that.
I'm gonna slap this elf on the ass and tell him, you better climb up. And then I'm going to 10, 20. And see, I need. What is the best way to do this? I'm going to start with I'm going to require a charisma saving throw from both birds, please.
Okay.
Your DC is 18.
I have a 7 and an 11.
Okay, they're baned.
They are
Minus
baned.
D4 on, attack rolls and saving throws.
Got it.
That was my action. And my bonus action is to give Ssah'ra a D10.
Yay.
So you're handing off Bardic Inspiration?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Staying put there?
No, I just use the rest of my movement.
Who's next?
The commoner?
Next will be red.
No,
Red
commoner
one's-
is a 0.
Oh, white gets to go.
Yeah.
Then, yeah, he's going to use 20 feet of movement to get up here, and then the other 10 to hide behind Nerium.
Does he dodge?
He'll dodge, yeah.
And then red rock followed by Zirahl.
All right. Red Rock's going to flap over here. I don't think that leaves any threat ranges. This looks reasonable, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In a totally unreasonable way.
Nerium, how you doing?
I have a 13 AC.
What is with these rolls?
Did you get less than a 13?
Yes, by a lot.
What?
That's impressive.
Wow.
I got a 1 and a 0.
Oh my
Very
god.
good.
Ow.
What?
They're Banes,
Don't ask,
so they
just
lose a
accept
they
it.
lose
Oh,
a they
they're
lose a
Banes.
D4
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, they're baned.
and just roll
Hashtag Bane.
horribly. I don't want to play anymore.
Your CR 13 monsters don't stand against my level 1 spell.
They're only CR 11. Calm down.
Okay, I was guessing.
That's it for red, I guess.
All right, Ssah'ra's turn.
All your monsters from now on get action surge.
How much movement does it take to climb up this?
20
cliff face?
feet. It's a
10
10-foot
feet.
cliff, so 20 feet of movement will get you up.
All right, so Ssah'ra's gonna climb the cliff,
Okay.
and she's gonna slashy.
Sure.
First attack. Brain no work. It's a 20.
20 will hit. You're attacking the red one? Yeah, that's where you're standing. Of course,
The
you're
red
attacking
one,
the
yes. 28 points of magical slashing.
Okay.
Second attack. Oh, and you know what? Let's get some force. Let me see if I'm still a D8. Oh, yay, my force damage went up.
Oh, you never need that D8 again.
He's going to take 14 points of force damage. And can he be knocked prone?
Sure can.
Where would he fall if he was prone?
Straight down. So
Onto the
on
ledge
top
below
of
Zirahl?
Benny and Zirahl.
Okay, well, that's not going to work.
That's problematic.
Yeah.
I would give them each. I would let them use a reaction to make an acrobatics check to get out of the way. But
Yeah,
otherwise,
she's not going to knock this thing prone because then she won't be able to hit it.
yeah, if you knock a flying creature prone and they can't hover, they just fall straight down.
You
You're
did this
going for
other
the
one
green
that was
one.
over the cliffs.
Second attack. It's going to be a 22.
22 will hit.
Oh, it's going to be another 28 points of magical slashing.
Okay.
How's it looking?
Like a rock, like a gigantic bird that wants to eat you.
With a K or without.
Terrifying. Third attack is a crit.
Wow. I think the number to beat is 40. Can you do more than 40 damage with one attack?
No.
That's pretty close.
I can do 36.
That was pretty close. My God. Okay.
And then the butt.
Okay.
It's a 26 to hit.
26 will hit.
Sorry, it's been 2 weeks. I can't do math. Yeah, 21 points of magical bludgeoning.
Okay. And that one is bloodied.
It should be.
Ssah'ra, moving or staying put?
She's gonna stay put.
All right, who's next?
After Ssah'ra's Benny.
Can I swipe at the red one above us?
Yeah, I'll let you make that attack.
Yeah, I might as well just focus fire, huh? Right, first attack. 23.
That'll hit.
Hold on, let me get the army of D8s out. We'll turn you blue. Yeah. Oh, I gotta check this box. Ooh, where is it? There we go. Boop. Okay. So I have 9 slashing,
All right.
19 radiant.
All right.
And then I'll attack again. 18.
18 will hit.
Good, I can hit on a 2.
Did we name these birds Mario and Luigi? Is that what's happened?
Yeah, you
Okay.
can't stop me.
That's brilliant.
Treble.
Okay, we're gonna just repeat this.
You should have more self-respect for yourself than that.
9 magical slashing, 23 radiant.
Okay, that was quite a lot.
And then I want a sanctuary Zirahl, but he is next.
I mean, save your spell slots.
Okay. Can I? Oh, I can't reach my token. Can I do this safely?
Do what? Step back 5 feet?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not leaving a threat range if you do that.
Okay. Can I do this? Well, no. I'm not being a distraction at that point. Okay. Yeah.
Staying
Okay,
there.
that's good.
Who's next?
Right after Benny is green, followed by Zirahl.
Okay, I don't think I'm. Yeah, leave this here. It's fine. This isn't leaving a threat range. Benny.
Howdy. How you doing?
Still rolling low.
Oh, you're gonna have to do better than that.
I have a 16 to hit
No.
and a 16 to hit.
No, sir.
And that's green. Who's next?
After green is Zirahl.
This might be the most exciting square a player has ever stood in.
Yeah.
Right in between two rocks named Mario and Luigi.
Sounds like the whole left nut, right nut thing.
So what I'm going to do
Yep.
is I'm going to take my action to disengage. Use my bonus action to activate my elemental gift of flight. Which basically the lower half of his body bursts into flame and smoke, becomes intangible, and he starts flying up to this other ledge.
Before you can move, I need you to make a dexterity acrobatics check
Sure thing.
to fly against the winds.
And for what it's worth, this does confer hover abilities.
Okay, so if you worst case scenario, you just won't fall out of the sky.
Yeah. That's a 2.
A 2.
I'm sorry, a 3.
Okay, so what happens is you end up. I can't grab your speed
Yeah,
becomes
'cause
0
Mario
as the
and
winds
Luigi-
whip you around at this position. Go ahead and roll me a d8. Put Mario and
Get them
Luigi
out of the way.
back. What do you guys? Don't touch
I-
the brothers.
Sorry,
Mario
I thought you were trying to put him under there, and I was trying to
3.
help.
A 3. Roll me a d10 as well.
5.
5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you end up speed 0, kind of slammed against this wall. So I'm going to put you here. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Let's not.
Mario and Luigi's hitboxes are really fucking stupid.
Right?
I haven't played the new
Making-
game, so I guess that might be true. So you're hovering,
That'll help.
and you've kind of slammed into this wall, and I'm going to apply a little bit of slammed into wall damage.
Yeah, sure.
14
going
points of
relative-
slammed into wall damage.
15, you said?
14 bludgeoning damage.
14. Okay.
As you attempt to fly using fire and smoke, and the winds just whip you unpredictably into the wall.
Ugh. Well,
That was fun.
that was a productive turn. At least I got off of the ledge.
I don't know. I'm being safer on
Bob's
the
next.
ledge.
But because you're hovering, you don't then fall into the jagged rocks below.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Sahn, followed by Nerium.
Does anyone remember which one of these I shot last turn? Sorry, they weren't named yet.
Red.
Red is
Excellent.
bloodied.
So I will
Green is
continue
not.
Yeah.
to shoot red because it has my mind's eye on it. So there's a sharpshooter. That hits an armor class of 17.
That'll hit.
.26 magical piercing.
Okay.
I have a second attack. That hits an armor class. There we go. Of another 17.
17 will hit.
Dealing an additional 20 magical piercing. I'm a fighter, so I get a third attack. That hits an armor class of 20,
Also hits.
dealing an additional 23 magical piercing.
And that's enough.
I will use my bonus action to move my mind's eye onto this creature.
As Mario falls out of the sky, giving one last anguish shriek, and its body just breaks apart on the jagged rocks below. And you make a rock mob.
And Sahn runs along the cliff wall, hoping to draw the creature away from Nerium and the elf.
Okay.
That's my turn.
All right. Who's next?
After Sahn is Nerium, followed by the scared guy.
All right. Where's my character sheet? I'm not in any threat ranges. The guy's not in any threat ranges.
Correct.
So it's baned.
Correct.
So I don't. All right. Give me a wisdom saving throw as I use my cantrip.
17.
That fails.
Okay.
Need an 18. All right. So that's 1, 2, 3. Basically, I'm making fun of the guy for losing, making fun of the bird for its friend dying.
It's lonely now.
Yeah. Look how lonely you are. Forever alone. 10 points of psychic damage.
Okay.
And disadvantage on its first attack of the next round. And you know what? I'm just going to hold my bonus actions for now. I think we're good.
All right. Who's next?
White.
Just going to continue to dodge in that space. Not willing to step away from Nerium.
All right, then it's Red Rock.
Dead.
Ssah'ra. How far away is this green guy?
It looks like it's only... You got to... You'd have to close the distance. Yeah, getting on the edge of that cliff would do it. Because it's flapping up a storm kind of just below you there, so you're kind of like aiming down at it.
Okay. Am I within 5 feet at this point?
Oh yeah. Hey yeah.
Okay. First attack. Whoa, does a 16 hit?
16 does hit.
Ooh, okay. Please enjoy 29 points of magical slashing.
And it is bloodied.
And power attack. Or not power attack, force damage. Only 5 points of force damage, but I need a saving throw.
Okay.
Oh, actually, is this one also below the cliff, or is this one below air?
What are you asking me?
If I knock this thing prone, is it going to fall into the water? On the
There's no land below it.
Okay, that's what I want.
And it's what, a strength save?
It is a DC 17 strength save.
Okay, that's a 29.
Sad face.
Did you
Going
subtract the
nowhere.
D4?
I did. Oh no, I didn't. That is a 28.
Good.
Keeping him on.
Nerium's helping.
Well done, Nerium.
Sad. All right, second attack.
Yeah.
That's another crit.
Another crit. Okay.
Oh, really?
Wow,
Really?
that's awful.
I'm done. I quit.
Might as well not have been.
21 points of magical slashing.
Okay.
Third attack. It's a 26.
26 will hit.
That's 28 points of magical slashing.
Okay.
Nerium, can I use your bar die for damage?
No. I mean, on a spell you can.
Okay.
So like if you cast like magic missile, you could throw that D10 on there.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. All right, now for the butt. It's 26.
26 will hit.
For 21 points of magical bludgeoning.
All right. And is Ssah'ra moving or staying put?
It's not dead?
No. These things have an unreasonable HP total.
Apparently,
That was
if she
pretty
moves
reasonable
back
to me.
here, is that out of range?
You'll be leaving a threat range if you move back there. They have one of their attacks is a 5-foot reach and one is a 10-foot reach. So even stepping away 5 foot leaves a threat range.
You know what? That's going to be okay.
Okay, see, I'll go ahead and use my reaction. -3. Amazing.
Oh my god, that hits. Just not me.
I would say like that Bane is doing work, but these rolls, it's really not. So that's it for Ssah'ra. Who's next?
Benny.
Benny, you gonna finish this thing off?
I mean, I'm sure gonna try. So first attack. Does 34 hit?
Yeah, sure does. That's 30 is the biggest. You can't go bigger than 30. It's the
Oh,
biggest number.
We had this conversation before. You can't use that anymore.
I don't believe it. Let's see here.
Wait, I can't?
7
Not after the
slashing.
turtle.
7 slashing, 7 radiant.
Okay, so 14.
Yeah. And then I'll attack again. 25.
Also hits.
Yeah. 11 slashing, 5 radiant.
And that's enough.
Okay.
In fact, that's exactly enough.
I'm glad. I was like, should I have used a baby smite?
And you killed Luigi.
It was next.
For the second time today, you have sent the bird's corpse down to the jagged rocks below. And except for the wind continuously whipping against the cliffs, the day is now silent.
Zirahl
I'm
braces
going
himself
to
against the wall and crawls up to the ledge. And then as soon as he's over the ledge, his legs rematerialize beneath him.
Okay.
I'm going to
Benny's
assume I
gonna-
can't get any of my bolts back from that one.
It's a good assumption because they're all lodged in. I mean, you can climb down and retrieve half of them, I'll say.
Yeah, I'm all right up here. Thank you.
Maybe for
Alright.
later. Benny's gonna take a look over the cliff, and he's gonna have a very brief flashback to when he proposed in his ear, and he's gonna just step back and kind of tower against this rock, and try and pull himself together.
What about this situation reminded Benny of that moment?
A giant drop.
Well, but the Saltburt was white. The Obsidian Cliffs are black.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're thinking only in color, right?
And also, there was no giant birds in the Saltburt.
Okay, no, it's the giant drop that he was about to fall down before he proposed, and then also the
Anyway.
giant 300-foot drop he fell down.
Yeah,
After.
but that was a tube. That was like a hole. This is just a.
Listen, he's.
Why are you like this?
Why are you trying to make it a reasonable reaction?
Here's what I'm.
Yeah, he's grieving.
Zirahl shifts the chain off of the armor to an animated chain, and he tosses it down for Benedict to pull himself up with.
Okay.
He'll take that, and when he gets up here, he's shaking.
Benny, here's
is
a question I
anything-
need you to answer for me. We canonically know what elf breast milk tastes like, and canonically we know what drow breast milk tastes like. But what about sea elf breast milk?
It's
Oh,
salt.
am I answering this? What?
You're the only sea elf here. I would assume you know.
It has to be
Uh,
slightly salty,
Benedict-
right?
Benedict is gay and also doesn't lactate, so
Tastes like sushi.
It has to be slightly fishy and salty, right?
It's a seaweed aftertaste.
That's
as
what I
a
imagine.
player, Raz is gonna go along those lines. Yeah, it's like something you get at a conveyor belt sushi place. I don't know.
Brick, is anything off to the sides? If
Yeah,
someone
more
was down this
cliffs.
path?
That's the next thing you guys have to worry about is finding an opening in this cliff face. So you can imagine it going off to the sides in each direction, hundreds of ledges at various elevations above you. So the next question is, now that you're not going to be attacked by more giant birds, probably, what is your plan for finding an opening in the side of the cliffs?
Zirahl's gonna start searching along the wall.
So Ssah'ra's going to start slithering just along the ledge that she's on, looking for openings here.
To start with, yeah.
Okay.
Then she'll climb up.
Zirahl, for this ritual, do you have a description of something that I could locate object? Like where the ritual needs to be done?
That's an excellent question. And I have an answer for you.
That's the
Yes.
only
What
thing
does
that
Ssah'ra know about this ritual? Since we have not discussed it yet.
I do have it prepared, so yeah.
Give me 1 second to open my correct map. Ssah'ra. Understanding this ritual is very strange because it doesn't work like memories do. It's not like something you've learned and now know. It's not knowledge you have in your mind. It's more like imagery that coalesces out of nowhere. And the only thing you're certain of is that the ritual will take shape as you approach it. However, when Benny asks that specific question, you get the image in your mind, as though it's always been there all along, of a 12-foot tall bronze brazier. But instead of holding a basin for fire, it holds a ghost light lantern. You don't know what or why this is part of the ritual, but you are certain that it is.
She will give Benny as best a description as she can about how to locate it.
Okay.
So you
Okay,
said
so I-
12-foot bronze brazier with a ghost lantern?
A ghost light lantern. Benny, are you going to use locate object? Is that what we're getting at here?
Yeah, but Sahn, if you had something, go for it before I cast.
Well, I mean, I wanted to just, I've got, however much is left on my transfiguration. If we want, I can scout the cliffs a bit up and down while you're doing all of this.
So what
I
I'm
think
going to
this might
do
be
is I'm going to resolve this locate object, and then that will give everybody a bonus, provided locate object works. It's going to give everybody a bonus on what they're deciding to do to aid this search. Because I'm going to ask 4 of you to aid in the search and 1 of you to babysit the elf.
I'll babysit the elf.
Okay, so Nerium doesn't want to do any work. So let's resolve locate object. What are you trying to locate?
I am going to locate. I hope I wrote this down correctly. A 12-foot bronze brazier with a ghost light lantern.
Okay.
The range is 1,000 feet, and it's active for 10 minutes.
Here's the difficulty here, is you locate the object. However, locating the object inside of a ritual room somewhere inside of this cliff does nothing to help you find the entrance you're looking for, aside from giving you a general area to narrow down your search. So presuming...
It narrows it down to within 1,000 feet.
Possibly,
Hopefully.
Unless the entrance
Yeah.
is more than 1,000 feet. It's possible this entrance is 2,000 feet the other direction, and then you're going to snake through tunnels for the next 6 hours.
I mean, it does seem that ritual sites are in rather inconvenient locations for that reason.
So the question I have for you, are you going to presume that that ping is going to narrow down your search field, or are you going to ignore the results of that spell?
I think it's rational, although Benedict's not in a rational state of mind necessarily right now. I think it's rational to say... So Benedict can point his finger into the cliff and say, it's there.
Okay. So Ssah'ra's going to slither along the ledges you're on.
Yeah.
Sahn is going to search vertically by climbing up and down the walls. How would Zirahl like to aid in this search? Benny has already narrowed you down to a specific area of the cliffs that you guys are going to kind of radiate out from.
Detect magic in such a way to locate the what am I trying to say? Like where my patron might be.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how would Benny like to aid in this search?
Benny is going to start by going to Nerium, who's going to babysit, and say, I'm pointing at where it is right now. Can you keep this location in mind? And he'll describe like how deep in the... Because I think I know how far away it is.
Thereabouts. I mean, probably a few hundred feet. And you have, from this ledge you're seeing on the map now, you probably have to climb up a little bit to like the next higher ledge.
So I only sense the direction. Okay, so I'm going to tell Nerium where the direction is so that she has that reference.
Okay.
And then I'm going to also assist by just climbing up the cliffs, scouring left and right, and investigating in general.
Okay.
Probably with Zirahl's help here.
Ssah'ra, I want an investigation check. Sahn, I want an investigation check. Zirahl, I want an arcana check. Benny, I want an investigation check at disadvantage. Unless you have some way of granting yourself a climb speed.
I got a 24 plus a bar die if I need it.
I don't know if I do.
That's an investigate of 22.
Okay.
I have a 29 if a 24 is not good
Can
enough.
I get a bard die from you, Nerium?
Sure.
It's a 19 on Arcana from Zirahl.
19? Okay.
Well, that makes it 11.
I think that's exactly enough. The four of you working together. So, Ssah'ra, you're focusing on the lowest ledge that Benny suggests the entrance might be. Sahn, you're climbing up in one direction from that point. Benny, you're climbing up in a second direction with some more difficulty because you don't have weird bug legs. And Zirahl is contemplating the entire cliff face of the area, trying to sense the magical nature of his warlock patron who he's searching for. Ssah'ra.
Yes.
Coming up towards about the edge of where Benny says, don't go any further than that. If it's further than that, we're out of the range of like what's reasonable for locate object. At the very edge of that radius, you find the entrance you're looking for. And you don't think you could have found it without the amount of scouring you guys have done. Because you're looking at black volcanic glass, and you're looking at a crevice in between two pieces of this glass that you kind of have to climb up and around and then squeeze down into to get into. There's no way you would have seen this without everybody working together to locate it. But it's the only actual opening you've seen that goes into the cliff face and isn't just a jagged piece of rock that has fallen away.
Good job, team.
You slither inside of it.
It's just an opening.
It's just an opening. Like you have to squeeze into it and kind of nestle your way in. And then after you go in a few feet, you realize that it is very vertical. A lot of climbing is going to be involved here. Which means I've got to get my map out.
She's going to squeeze inside.
Okay.
How long does this take? Because I've only got an hour on my climb.
I'll say by the end of this process, your hour will be up because it will take you guys. Okay. I think an hour is probably reasonable for this search space, given that Benny was able to narrow it down for you.
Definitely.
It's like poking around for the.
We found the needle. Yeah.
The tomb. No, the Tomb of Horrors.
All right, now I get to load a new map. Let's double check that I'm loading the correct one.
It's finding a glass needle in an obsidian haystack.
Kinda.
This map is called the Iron Mines, but it's not an iron mine, and it's an obsidian mine.
It's the Iron Me.
And this was made by milbeesmaps.com. So what you're climbing into here is you eventually climb out of the bottom of this. You climb out of the jagged obsidian column that you're going through and find yourself in a more square, deliberately carved tunnel. And you start to find bracing beams. And you realize that you're climbing up a mine shaft. And eventually you reach this small room here.
Be very careful, everybody. There are a special breed of blue spiders that come out of these little cages, and they bite you and they poison you.
Also, watch out for bats.
It's a Minecraft reference.
Oh, okay.
Blue spiders.
That very obscure indie game, Minecraft.
Oh.
So above you, So you got this square tunnel, square mine shaft you guys have climbed up and out of. Looking above you, you see that this is the bottom of, at one point, an active elevator. A platform could be raised and lowered here, probably at the behest of a giant winch way up at the top, which speaks of dwarven engineering. However, looking above you, up in the ceiling, you see that the tunnel has been collapsed in with foreign stone. So it's not just shards of obsidian. Someone has actually rolled boulders into it. And then to the south, you see the beginnings of a track leading further into the mines.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Would the descriptions from Benny and Ssah'ra be sufficient for me to be familiar with the location of this brazier to cast Find the Path?
That's a good question.
Here we go again.
This is one of those spells that I put in a classification that I just call make more work for the DM. Let's see. I'm going to say that you're not familiar with the location, but... Oh no, the spell fails if the destination isn't specific. No, you're not, but you're not familiar with the destination.
Okay.
This is a dungeon you've never been to, but nobody's been here before.
Except Ssah'ra, in her dream.
So you've got a room off to your right here, and then you've got tracks leading down to the south.
Let's get to work.
Benny, as you're stepping around the corner and looking into this next room, these are 5-foot squares, by the way. Looking into this next room, you realize the walls and floors of this area are potentially treacherous. If the walls or floors were to take any damage here, you might risk being showered by obsidian shrapnel. And you can't argue with me about that, because the game is not physics.
Are we going to bring this up every time?
That's my new favorite thing to say. Well, yeah, you're probably going to hear that.
Specifically to the chemist.
Burgard's going to grind that axe for the next 20 years.
Look,
you have no idea.
I've been using that as a D&D principle for many years. I'm just elated they finally published it in ink in a book.
Listen, given that there is a chemist and a physicist playing this game, I think it's valid he reiterate this point.
But no, basically,
I definitely agree, but I at some point I'm just going to roll my eyes and be like, sure, Jan.
What I'm saying mechanically is if you cause damage to the walls or floor, I'm going to roll a die and see if you take slashing damage. So make sure your damage sources are
non-fireball and
precision.
Yeah.
Mechanically, yeah, area of effect potentially will damage walls, and any attacks that you make that miss, if you're standing near a wall or using a ranged attack, you potentially damage a wall and risk some shrapnel. Just a feature of the dungeon to keep in mind.
Benny's gonna point at one of the cracks that runs through the obsidian, and he'll tell the party, if any of these walls takes damage, these cracks could widen and go who knows where. And then he'll look up at the jagged shards above and say, and then that'll fall on us. Be careful.
What's to the south?
Well, we're gonna finish this room first. I just wanted to stop in. Benny, looking around this room, you don't know why, but the only... I'll put it this. Does anybody have any kind of background with mineralogy, mining, anything like that?
I mean, as a slave, yes, but...
I mean, did you work in mines before?
Yes, as a slave.
In obsidian mines?
No.
Okay.
Give me obsidian mines in the Shadowlands?
Give me a history check, Benny.
19.
19?
Yeah.
That's good enough to know that you don't really mine obsidian, and if you were mining obsidian, you wouldn't do it in this way. Like, there's a lot of you could just take it straight. You could quarry it from the cliff face, right? You wouldn't need to bore shafts into the cliffs. So there must have been some other mineral that whoever carved these spaces out was looking for, and you can't imagine what it was.
And he's gonna look at the glass and he's gonna say, I don't see why you would mind this. Like, perhaps it all glassed over from some later event. And then he's gonna turn around, realizing that he's just talking to himself and not to Nazir, who would always be following him into places like this. And,
Right.
Just kind of look around absently at that point, since he's alone in a room.
Instead, it's just Zirahl picking his nose. Other than that, the room that you step into, it's just this large open room that something might have been mined out previously, but you can't imagine what sort of mineral they were looking for.
Yeah. But my conclusion would be that, like, something happened in the obsidian, that's a word, obsidian, is just, it glassed over the entire place after the fact. That's my best guess.
Okay. And then Zirahl wants to slither down to the south.
Yeah, just gonna look down here.
Okay. Get my lens of truth. So from your position, you can look down to the south, maybe like 60 feet. You can see where it starts to curve around, and then you've also got an entrance off to the side here.
So I'll slide down enough just to look this way.
So you got a little squeeze tunnel here. You have to squeeze in, and then it opens into a larger chamber.
Cool. Haul out. There's more. Looks like it goes this way some. Is there anything interesting in that room, Benedict?
Looks empty. I mean, there's a lot of history here, but it's not what we're looking for.
Benedict, do you want my talisman?
Remind the player what your talisman does.
I can use my reaction whenever you get hit to deal some psychic damage and push an enemy away.
Yes, I definitely want that because I will get hit.
I can give you. You could use it to get basically guidance for a little bit.
I mean that has
okay. Yeah, and
sure,
then I can also use that to. I can also use it to either teleport you to me or me to you.
That could be useful in many ways, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Benny will let you put. What is this talisman?
It's the collar that he's wearing.
Benny will let you put that on. I guess over or around the other collar that he is wearing.
So you're not wearing 7 collars?
I don't know how that works, but sure.
Okay.
Benny, check down that narrow passage.
So you're squeezing in?
Benny will squeeze in.
Benny. Squeezing in. You get to the room on the other side. And you can see a faint illumination coming from this direction, off to your right, and then further down this direction, kind of ahead of you.
So there's 2 different illumination points.
Yeah, it gives the kind of effect of like glittering bioluminescence playing on the surface of water.
Benny's gonna whisper that back to his ear. Oh, sorry, I hovered over the token and read it this time. Oh no, that was not actually my turn. Benny is gonna whisper back to Zirahl. Yeah, because I just hover over tokens and read shit. Benny's gonna whisper back to Zirahl that there's something glowing up ahead. Tell everyone to be quiet. And then Benny will slowly advance.
Okay.
Zirahl puts his fingers to his lips and then squeezes along behind him.
Benny, coming out of the squeeze tunnel, you see where it opens up to the south as well. So you've got this like alcove opening up to the north, you've got a passage in front of you, and then you've got an opening off to the south.
I'm gonna sneak over here.
Peeking into here, you see a large deposit of glittering, partially illuminated gemstone mineral.
Can I discern its identity?
It seems to be growing out of the obsidian, and it seems to be multicolored.
I'll examine it. Oh, I'll wait for everybody to approach before I.
But what square are you examining it from?
Let's start here.
Okay. So from there, you can look in and see what I've described.
Yeah. And then if people get closer, like, I'll report my findings, and then Benny will go in and look.
Okay. And let's roll some initiative.
Yeah, that's what I assumed was gonna happen. Hey, that's the best I can get. What do you want?
Apparently, I'm getting all my 20s out of the way before the boss fight.
Good thing or a bad thing?
Oh, it's gonna be bad. It means it's gonna be all ones.
I rolled a 1.
You're gonna get ones on your crit dice.
Oh, I almost beat Nerium. Almost.
I mean, I rolled a 1, so it's the minimum I could have rolled.
Benny. Not surprisingly, the mineral formation begins to come to life. And you realize that hidden amongst the pieces of broken stone, shards of obsidian, and gemstone curtains laying along the floor were dead bodies that the mineral seems to have glommed onto like barnacles in a semi-zombified state, dragging these stocky dwarven bodies to life. Look at you with malicious intent. So who's the top?
Not surprising, right?
Who's at the top of my order? No, nobody's surprised.
Ssah'ra is at the top.
Ssah'ra, you hear Benny call out that he's about to check into this room.
Goddamn, Benny.
And then you hear the scraping and shuffling of stone.
30 feet gets me to there. And I think I can't use a bonus action to dash. I think I'm just going to dodge.
Dodge there? Okay.
Yeah.
Who's next?
After Ssah'ra is Nazir 2.0.
Oh, do we have Sahn? Oh, there he is. I saw him. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to fire an Eldritch Blast at that thing.
Okay.
Don't miss.
Uh, 28 hit.
28 does hit.
Let's see here. My D10 went away. It's 6 points of force damage, 5 points of fire.
6 points of force and 5 of fire. Is that what you said?
Yep.
The force damage is good eaten. Fire seems to have no effect against this creature. The flames just lick its body ineffectively.
Oh, it's not made of diamond, I see. Oh, wait. Not a physics.
Does a 19 hit?
19 does not hit.
19 does not hit.
Does not.
Oh, rude.
Ricochets.
Did you give your zombies plate mail?
Oh, these aren't zombies.
Oh.
That was the main crystal dude.
Oh.
I think.
Yeah. 27 to hit?
27 will hit.
Well, we know it's got a good AC then. 12 points of force damage on that one.
Is that it for Zirahl?
As a bonus action, Zirahl reaches over, taps the blade of Benedict's sword. Actually, no, he does not. Never mind. Scratch that.
Okay. I have scratched it.
Okay. Yep, that'll end my turn.
All right, who's next?
Benedict.
I was gonna give you some more damage, but that's only like once per long rest, so I'm gonna hold on to that for.
Yeah, let's hold on to that for now. I'm gonna attack the undead creature.
Okay.
That's right in front of Benedict. 19.
19 will hit.
Oh, I gotta get my dice up again.
Yeah, we changed maps.
Yeah. Some of the dice persist and some of them don't. I never know. Oh, boo. 7 slashing, 4 radiant.
Okay. And
Any-
the slashing damage is fine, but it seems impervious to the radiant damage.
Oh,
What?
well, I'm glad I didn't smite. Okay,
And it's going to
well,
use its reaction to turn invisible.
That's less than desirable.
I mean, I'll just leave it there because...
Okay.
But it is invisible now. As, yeah, the light, the very dim glow of the room given off by some of the gemstones in the room, the light just seems to ignore the creature and it fades away from your view. Good news is you know what square it's in.
Yeah, but...
The rest of your attacks against it are at disadvantage.
I will turn my attention to the main crystal and attack it instead.
Okay.
29 to hit.
29 will hit. That'll do it.
I gotta test this for radiance too. Let's see. 13 slashing, magical. 7 radiant.
And the radiant damage affects it not.
Okay, well, that's good to know.
Light does not play well with these creatures. I know there was some debate on Discord this week
fine. It's beautiful.
of whether a nuclear blast would deal radiant damage. No, a nuclear blast would deal fire damage, and then the radiation afterwards would deal poison damage. But radiant damage is only it's magical light. It's not. There's no analog in reality for radiant damage.
I would actually
I think would deal
radiation
fire and
necrotic
force,
damage.
depending on where you are.
Force, I would apply force damage for a nuclear blast.
Yeah, no,
Like
definitely
the flash
necrotic.
is fire, and then the shockwave is force. I would probably make radiation radiant, but that's just me.
I would make it necrotic because it's literally your cells die.
See,
from-
necrotic is also necrotic is misnamed in 5th edition. Let's just be honest.
It's not poison because that's not what poison is.
Right.
So.
Why don't they just call it holy and unholy damage?
Well, they used
Positive.
to. Well, they call it positive and negative. I guess,
positive
but-
and negative energy.
Yeah. Anyway, I'd like to preface that I did not start this conversation. Burger did. And
Second edition didn't even have damage types, so we didn't have this problem.
bludgeoning. You had bludgeoning.
Didn't start the radiance. The world's been
No, you
burning
had a
as long as it's been
convoluted
turning.
series of rules to try and make it so skeletons took more damage from a hammer, but it wasn't bludgeoning damage. It was much worse.
Exactly. Yeah, Destil was there in the trenches with me. He knows.
My second edition experience is Baldur's Gate and Baldur's Gate 2.
Is there more that you'd like to do to my poor gem dwarf? Benny?
Yeah, I'd love to do some radiant damage, but apparently that's off the table.
Not in the cards. Yeah. Moving or staying put.
All right, I'm staying there.
All right. Who's next?
Red.
Okay. He's going to use his bonus action to do this and grow into a big boy.
Oh, I want a mushroom item that lets me do that.
I've already named one
4
NPC
attacks.
Mario.
It throws all the way down.
They're faster than the others. You'll be hooked on the brothers.
Oh no, they're dwarves too.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right. Yeah, I get 3 attacks here.
To the fridge.
I got that on DVD. Oh, this might
They had to
hit.
change all the. They had to change all the music in that because it wasn't
Yeah, I know.
licensed or whatever.
Benny, I've got a 25 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
I got a 26 to hit.
That'll hit.
I got a 22 to hit.
Oh, that'll hit too.
Oh.
My plate mail does nothing.
Resolve that first hit first, Brick Road.
Resolve the first hit, and then you're going to do bad things to me?
I'm going to do silly things next.
Okay. Benny, I'm going to go ahead and take 11 points of bludgeoning damage as the thing brings down a hammer upon your head, plus 6 points of psychic damage.
So 17 total.
So that was the first attack. With
my reaction, it takes 5 points of psychic damage and it's pushed up to 10 feet away from Benedict.
So it takes psychic damage and it's pushed away?
Yes.
Okay, well, it's immune to psychic damage, and I can push it away from Benedict. Like, I can go that far. Does it sustain any damage when it's pushed like that?
No.
Okay, in that case, it's just going to use its movement to step back forward and continue hitting Benedict.
I tried.
No, I saw where you were going with that, but...
But, okay, continue beating up on my poor innocent party member who did nothing wrong.
Oh, I know what you were gonna say there.
16 points of bludgeoning damage, plus 3 of psychic damage from the second hammer.
Okay.
15 points of bludgeoning damage, plus 6 of psychic damage from the third hammer. And then my invisible man does not have a reaction currently. So if he's used 5 feet of movement, 10... We'll go 15 to move around here. And make sure we get Zirahl in that threat range. That was...
Oh, he entered my threat range.
That was Red's bonus action and his action. This, he does enter your... I guess he is, yeah.
So I took 57 damage. All right, 103 more hit points to go.
We'll get through them, don't worry.
Yeah.
Does a 19 hit?
19 does not hit.
Oh, okay.
The thing has gem-encrusted skin, like Smaug.
Yeah, I missed with a 19.
Sad
That was
face.
Red. Who's next?
Don't power attack these dudes.
Yeah, basically. Sahn is after Red.
Alright, so let's go ahead and move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Oh, that's a squeeze tunnel you were coming through.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You
so
gotta
I was
squeeze through that.
here. So 10, 20, 30. I should still have line of effect on that thing, right?
Oh, yeah. In fact, you could probably fire at him through the squeeze tunnel if you wanted.
I basically ignore anything, but I want to try and maybe take some hits for my friends. All right, so here we go. Not a sharpshooter. That makes this at plus 13. So I have an attack. Shooting the big one, I've got an attack that hits an armor class of 22.
22 will hit.
Dealing 11 magical piercing.
Okay.
Second attack.
It is bloodied.
My second attack hits an armor class of 32.
That hits.
Dealing an additional 11 magical piercing.
Okay.
I have a third attack. Fighter. It hits an armor class of 33. Dealing 12 magical piercing.
Okay.
And then I have a bonus action crossbow expert that hits an armor class of only 15.
15 will not hit.
Okay, so what are the consequences of missing?
So the consequences of missing are your bolt hits this back wall, and if anybody was standing there, they would risk getting hit by obsidian shrapnel. But nobody is.
That's the end of my turn.
All right, who's next?
The monster is.
Who's next?
Be Nerium.
All right.
Didn't you spend the whole last dungeon babysitting a guy?
Yeah, and he's now my BFF forever. I'm gonna kidnap him in the post game. We're gonna start a detective agency and solve crime.
Oh no.
I know of a great franchiser.
Yeah, that's why he disappeared after the last adventure, like future Nerium snatched him. I need a well, first off, I'm going to just use a inspiration die. So please subtract a d10 from this following roll I'm fixing to make you make.
Okay.
And I am going to use a sorcery point to make this touch spell have a 30-foot range.
You're a sorcerer?
No, but I took the I took meta magic adept or
Okay.
whatever the heck it's called.
Sure.
I have distant spell and subtle spell. That's what I too have. I have 2 sorcery points. So distant spell for 1 sorcery point. I need a wisdom saving throw, please. Subtract the d10. I am cursing you.
I have an 18 on the save.
Ugh.
Oh,
That's
go ahead and re-roll that. Safe and salience.
I have a 11 on the save.
I'm giving
Okay.
myself the advantage.
Okay.
Cool. He is cursed. So, at this, while cursed, the target must make a wisdom saving throw at the start of each of its turns. If it fails, it wastes its action doing nothing.
Okay.
And that's it. That's my action, bonus action, and yeah, I'm good. Back here in the squeeze tunnel.
All right. Who's next?
Green.
Green. Okay, so they all get their reactions back. This one's going to close in on Benedict. How much movement do they have? They're not very fast. All right, I got to be careful keeping track of this. Let's do the invisible one first because he's going to get advantage on his first attack. Yeah, that makes sense to me. We'll do that. Benedicto.
Yep.
I have an 18 to hit.
No.
And second attack. Not made at advantage because he's visible now.
Hello.
That's going to be a 20 to hit.
No.
And then him attacking you will allow the other one to use his reaction to attack you.
Oh no, this is awful.
It's going to be a 9 to hit.
No.
Oh, I need that.
Right? And then the other
And-
guy's gonna trigger it back.
No, the other one's going to use his breath weapon. So
Oh,
I need
okay.
Benny. Let's mark that he's used his breath weapon here, so I don't accidentally use it again next round. Benny and Zirahl and Ssah'ra, I can get with a 15-foot cone. Can I please have a dexterity saving throw? DC is 12.
Add 5 to your result.
It's be considered magical.
Oh, I failed.
I passed, so it's okay.
Is it magical? No, it's not a spell, and it's not a magical effect. It's a breath weapon.
Okay, I got a 14.
Okay. So it's going to be 11 points of fire damage, which you can cut in half if you pass the save. As this one lowers its
Zirahl.
lance, and a spray of fire erupts from it.
Zirahl is also immune or resistant to fire as well, so
Okay, so half of 11. I will let
half and half.
Ssah'ra and Zirahl, what are your passive perceptions?
9.
19.
Ssah'ra, your passive perception is 19.
18, sorry.
In that case, you can hear movement shuffling from this direction, and more creatures will emerge there next turn.
She will alert them.
That's
Maybe we
Green's
should-
turn. Who's next?
Ssah'ra is next. Maybe we should go back through the squeeze tunnel.
The big guy won't fit.
Yeah, exactly. That would be the point. First
would be
attack on the
rude.
guy.
Attacking red.
Yeah. Oh, it's a crit.
Did you ever consider that maybe you were just saving up your dice karma for just one really good session?
Wow, 100.
I wish that was a power attack.
Doesn't actually matter.
Sad face. It's 29 points of magical slashing.
And that's enough.
Only
So,
you could be
first
sad
thing that
about
happens is I need Benny and Zirahl to make a dexterity saving throw.
I thought the red one had more hit points than that.
19.
Your DC is 15.
Okay.
Pass.
Okay, so you're going to take 9 points of slashing damage from the shrapnel as the thing gives off its death burst. You can both cut that in half for passing the save.
Ow.
So that was Ssah'ra's first attack.
Yeah. Now she's gonna move. She'll come here to protect her new dragon ally.
Okay.
I think you might have the swingiest dice of any D&D player in existence.
Here comes a 1. I don't know.
What is 14 and 8 and 26?
26 will hit. 22 would also hit.
No, well. Would an 18 of it though? That's the question.
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah.
It might.
Is that what you rolled? Do you have an 18 to hit?
No, I had a 28 to hit. 26.
26 will hit.
For 18 points of...
For 18 points of
16
damage. And that one is bloodied.
Yeah, it's going to get force too. It's also going to take 8 points of force damage.
Okay.
And I need a DC 17 strength save.
7 on the strength save.
He is prone.
Knock him over.
Third attack. This one's going to be power attack. Does 25 hit?
25 will hit.
Yeah. 21 points of magical slashing.
And that's enough. Knock him over. Drop him down. And then I need Benny and Ssah'ra to save against that death burst. It's a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, that's going to be a fail.
So 10 points of slashing damage, which you can cut in half if you pass the save.
What was it? It was 15, right?
Yes, 15.
Okay, I do pass.
Is that it for Ssah'ra?
Sorry, give me 1 second. Okay, for the butt. It's a 22.
That'll hit.
For 12 points of magical bludgeoning damage.
And it is bloodied.
And that's all I have in my tank.
All right, who's next?
If Ssah'ra is Vizier 2.0, Zirahl, followed by Benny.
Zirahl is going to step over here. And he's going to cast another Eldritch Blast, 3 Eldritch Blasts at that thing.
Okay, it's conveniently just out of range of the death burst, right?
Yeah.
Question, when you cast Eldritch Blast, do you cast the spell once and then select the target for the cast? Or are you able to select multiple targets the way Scorching Ray can?
All it says is the spell creates more than one beam when you reach higher levels. But if there's only one target here, then...
Okay. So at the time you're casting the spell, you only see one target.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense to me.
Dirty 20 to hit.
That'll hit.
Hey, found its AC. 7 points of force damage and ignored amount of fire damage.
Okay, that's going to be enough to kill it.
No death burst?
There is a death
Let me
burst.
see.
Oh.
So it's going to be Ssah'ra and Benny were in range of that.
Nope, that's a fail.
Okay. 10 points of slashing damage, which you can cut in half if you pass the DC 15 dexterity saving throw.
Then he's finally bloodied.
Oh, okay.
And Ssah'ra pointed back this direction?
Somewhere in that direction, but you've already used your action to cast Eldritch Blast, so I'm not going to let you make a perception check.
That's totally fine, but I will get behind the meat shields.
Good place to be. Who's next?
Benny.
Do anything as a bonus action right now.
No, if once Ziral's done.
Yeah, I just need to double check.
I mean, on Benny's turn, he's just facing an empty room. So, and he turns around because that's where the commotion
Use
is.
your action to make a perception check if you like.
If they're not immediately in this vicinity, Benny's just going to step forward.
All you know for sure is that Ssah'ra said there was something moving down there.
Well, I mean...
If you want more than that, you're going to make a perception check.
Is there a wall here?
No, there's some space. There's actually 2 openings.
I see the issue. Okay.
And this one's a squeeze tunnel.
So I don't know which of these tunnels, whatever it is coming from.
No, Ssah'ra saw the movement out of the corner of her eye with her passive perception.
Okay.
Her passive perception at the time was a 19, which turns into a 15 because there's dim light.
Let's see here. So that's my movement. I'd like to save that. Oh, this would be so good if they weren't immune to radiant. I have Guardian of Faith, and I'm like, I'm never going to use this. And I was, wait a second. No, doesn't work. I'm just going to take the dodge action.
Okay.
And stay here and hope that they come to me.
Fantastic. Who's next?
Yeah.
After Benny is red.
All right. The creature emerges from the hallway.
I forgot they start out small.
Bonus action. To be a big beefy boy. And yeah, let's start beating on you with my psychic attuned hammer. I feel like we just did this.
Dodging.
Yes, I'm rolling a disadvantage. Didn't need disadvantage on that roll. Didn't need disadvantage on that roll.
Are your dice being dookie butts?
Turn into a 17 to hit.
No, sir.
Tries to bring down its giant psychic attuned hammer and just crashes into the ground beneath you 3 times. So I need... No, that's correct. That all works out fine. I can't do this because the thing... And that's going to be the end of red. Who's next?
After red is Sahn.
Alright, so let's clear some space in the squeeze tunnel. Let's try and spread out a bit from breath weapons, and I'm going to start shooting this one.
Okay.
I've got advantage on this first one from a siphon salience. This is a sharpshooter. That'll hit an armor class of 21.
That'll hit.
For 19 magical piercing.
Okay.
I'm going to take a normal shot. That'll hit an armor class of 28.
Also hits.
Dealing 8 magical piercing. I have a third attack as a fighter. That's a crit. Dealing 10 magical piercing.
And it is bloody.
And bonus action, crossbow expert. Hits an armor class of... I might actually give Benny a bad time. That only hits an armor class of 15.
15 does not hit.
Okay, so I don't know if there's fallout from that miss.
Nope, because you would have hit the wall back behind him.
Great, that's the end of my turn.
All right, who's next?
All right, after Sahn is Nerium, followed by Green.
Nerium, fix it.
Nerium.
Sorry, I had myself muted. I said, at what point has Nerium ever fixed a problem? And then I moved forward using all my movement.
Nerium is the problem.
She self-identifies as one. I am not sure. Nerium is going to hold an action to cast Bane at a first level
What's the trigger for that held action?
when 3 valid targets walk in.
And so that uses the spell slot whether or not it triggers.
Right.
Okay. Is that it for Nerium?
So, yes.
All right. Who's next?
The green.
Green. More creatures emerge from the tunnel.
Does that
Looks like
trigger
three valid
my?
targets to me.
Yep.
So
Please
5,
make
10,
me a
15,
charisma.
20. 5, 10, 15. 20.
Please make me a charisma saving throw on those 3, the red and the 2 greens.
Will do. That's going to be a 21 on the big boy.
Okay.
It's going to be a 4 and a 10 on the little green nuggets.
Okay, little green nuggets are baned. Subtract D4. You know how this works now.
Yeah.
By now. I'm not wasting any more big spell slots.
They're
I
not
thought
going to
that
be able to
other
use
red
the
one.
reaction. That's fine. Benny.
Still dodging.
Still dodging. Andy's baned. This is probably a... 21 to hit.
Wow, that's my AC.
Wow. At disadvantage while baned.
Listen, I can't help you
It's
there,
your
Benny.
turn.
It's going to be 4 points of piercing damage plus 2 points of fire damage. This is fire
As a
lance.
reaction, Zirahl, the collar around Benedict's neck flashes, and he's pushed 10 feet and takes 5 psychic damage.
So this
Unless he's-
happens?
Yep.
Okay. And
No,
if
you're
it's-
in my threat range.
And well, he's immune to psychic damage, and he wasn't
bummer.
moving willingly, so that doesn't trigger any opportunity attacks.
I know, that's such an oversight.
On purpose.
He's gonna
It is.
use his second attack to attack Ssah'ra then. That's all that happened there.
Something.
Yeah. That's not
I'm
gonna
just
hit
spreading
Ssah'ra.
out the damage.
Ssah'ra, that's gonna be a 13 to hit.
No.
Okay. Zirahl, you're too far away for this cone. This guy can't move anymore. Screw it. He's probably not going to survive long enough for it to matter. We're going to go ahead and burn Zirahl. Go ahead and make me a dexterity saving throw. DC is 12.
That's a 1.
7 points of fire damage from the breath weapon. I say breath weapon. It's emitting from the tip of a lance he's using.
It's
And
an igniter.
that's it for my green guys. Who's next?
Ssah'ra. My turn.
Yep.
First attack. It's going to be 24.
24 will hit. Who are you attacking?
Are either of these bloody? Well, no, they're fresh, right?
They're fresh.
Look at that. For 17 points of magical slashing.
All right. He's going to use his reaction to go invisible.
He's got some force damage too as part of that attack.
Sure.
So that's going to be 13 points of force damage.
Oh, then he's not going to go invisible because he says he's going to go dead.
All right, well, I guess
Invisible
he's
force.
thrown automatically.
So that's going to be a dexterity saving throw for Ssah'ra for the death burst.
Of course. That's a fail.
5 points of slashing damage from the death burst.
It's nice to not be hit by one of those.
Ssah'ra's going to use her wish for a 20 dex.
No, you want to wish for proficiency in.
Yeah. Okay. Second attack.
Mhm.
On the other
Proficiency
green
in
guy.
all saves. That's a good wish.
numbers, like 31.
31
Big
will hit.
number.
No, it's only going to be 12 points of magical slashing.
Okay.
Oh, little number.
Third attack.
Oh, that's going to use its reaction to go invisible. So roll that at disadvantage.
Okay. 20.
20 will hit.
Um, 18 points of magical slashing.
And that's enough. And nobody's within 5 feet of it when it dies.
Yay!
Other wasted spell slot.
No, it's not wasted. Without that spell slot, I would have missed. And we're gonna butt
Doesn't
the red
affect
guy.
AC.
You're going to butt the big
Main doesn't
boy.
affect AC, yeah.
Big boy's gonna be a 30 to hit.
30 will hit.
Oh, for a pitiful 10 points of magical bludgeoning.
Okay. It is bloodied.
That's all she's got, and then it's Zirahl. Zirahl.
Zirahl, you going to finish things up here?
Yeah, I think that seems like a good idea to do. Yeah. Some fire at that boy with some Eldritch Blasts.
Okay.
Push it back before you kill it.
Can't do that. Sorry. Did not take that invocation. 24 to hit.
That'll hit.
Do we want it pushed back?
9 points force damage and ignore the fire damage.
Yep.
Second attack is a 12 to hit.
12 does not hit.
How about a 28?
That'll hit. Can you be the guy?
Ooh, 15 points of force damage from that third shot.
For the second time this session, you got one right on the money. So that was Ssah'ra and Benny have a death burst coming. So DC 15 dexterity saving throw.
How am I
You have
passing
Benny's
all
aura at
these?
this point.
I rolled a 1.
So 7 points of slashing damage.
I mean, death by 1,000 cuts, literally.
And
I mean, that's where I'm at here.
I need somebody to roll me 8d10.
8d10.
8
Three.
d10s.
Here you go. Here's a bunch.
That's like 10, I think.
That's a lot of D10s. Here, let me just grab.
Oh,
two.
no, yeah, to pull to him.
Oh no! What have you done? There you go. Use those.
Look at all those
Ow.
ones.
22.
What did you do? Why did we let him roll?
What was the total?
22?
That's only 22?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're also.
You rolled a
in
lot
shock.
of ones and twos.
You guys
2
just
1
killed
1 1 1 3 5
6 humanoid creatures that have been kind of barnacled and controlled by these semi-sentient gemstones, and you find 22 gold worth of useful gemstones amongst the detritus.
Nice.
So you can start adding up to your loot sheet. 22 gold so far, and we're going to take our break there as we are
Max would've been
2
80
encounters into this dungeon. Go ahead and get your coffee, get your bagel. Let's reconvene in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, lunchtime.
I mean, I could have been like obsidian damage, so low might have been good.
Don't worry, Ssah'ra. Everyone thinks you're cool.
It's fine. At least the max was only 80. I don't feel so bad now.
There's always an air of melancholy in the house when one opens one's last Pepsi.
I mean,
Oh no.
Yeah, it's like, this has got to last me till 7 o'clock, right? After 7 o'clock, I can go buy more Pepsi. But this has got to get me there.
How will you
somebody's
make it?
muted Destil.
I think he deafened himself.
Oh, it's a server muted. There we go.
They didn't have any mini cokes at the store this week. The store was really clean. I went the day after Thanksgiving, so I had to get it like a 2-liter.
My local store is being closed down.
So your food desert is even more food deserty now?
Yeah. I had a dollar store like just right down the road there. Like a 3-minute walk, and it's closing.
That sucks.
I hate shopping at the Family Dollar store. But it's like, it's the only like grocery-ish thing within walking distance.
Yeah. Well, like some Family Dollars are better than others for sure.
This one's not. This
Yeah.
is this one's especially bad, and I know it's bad because it used to be in a building in this little like shopping plaza a block from my house, right? And then one of the stores across the shopping plaza moved away to somewhere else, and then the dollar store moved into that plot, which means they renovated the whole plot, brand new storefront. Within 6 months, it's a crap hole again. They've never cleaned the floors in there once. Shelves are falling apart. The self checkout only worked for a week, and now it's just permanently closed. It's like they just purposely ran it into the ground, even though
That's too bad.
this time last year it was pristine. Yeah, it's really a shame to see.
Like one person hired on payroll to just do maintenance and like general housekeeping would like go so far.
Yeah,
I mean, like the dollar store down here that's closing was always clean. The shelves were always stocked.
mhm.
It just didn't make. I talked the manager. I was talking to her. She says, "Yeah, we made a profit. We just didn't make, 250% of our, the costs back. So they're pulling out."
Yeah.
And now the next closest store that I can go and get any kind of groceries at is a Dollar General,
Ugh.
which is even worse. And that Dollar General is not good.
Problem is that they only made some of all the money, not all of the
Yeah.
money.
If you don't make infinity dollars, then
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know how much money this Dollar General is making, but the manager guy, he's just the most defeated human being you've ever seen. Just this joyless husk of a man.
They get bonuses every month based on their sales.
Okay. And they're doing great sales. Like this, it's in a well-populated area. If I walked 5 blocks further, I could go to a real grocery store, and there's a Winn-Dixie. And then further out than that is the Publix, which is where I do my actual grocery shopping.
So,
But
Grocery store's like about half a mile away. I can take my bike. It's a bit of a hike if I want to walk.
I bike up to the Winn-Dixie usually about once a week to get a couple of things. But if I'm just getting like Pepsi and chips or something, like I gotta go to the Dollars. It's right there. It's a block away.
I mean,
Don't want a 15-minute bike ride just to buy, a candy bar.
yeah, you'll burn that energy before you get back. You'll have to buy two.
It's probably there's
That's
like
how they get you.
One of the 5,000 reasons I liked my old apartment we used to live in better than the house we're in now is I had a Publix within walking distance. I could walk and get a Publix sandwich.
so
Quality of life. That's pretty high up on the quality of life when you can walk to a sandwich.
I mean, you could walk to a sandwich in your kitchen.
There's a Subway right next door to the terrible Dollar General, but it's the worst Subway in the universe. Like
I'm starting to get the idea that everything in that strip mall is just terrible.
Yeah, it's not a great place. There's a Chinese restaurant which I'm like 90% sure is a front for money laundering. There's a laundromat. Laundromats are never good. Like, and there's a bar. And there's a hairstylist place that's never open. I've never seen it open, but it's been there for years. I don't know what's going on.
There's a gas station and a payday loan place, like right at the corner of the main drag where I'm at.
Now, we don't have a payday loan place in there, but that would like complete the set of just sad, crumbling suburban sprawl. That's what we need in there is a payday loan.
So, on topics that might make you happy, I just found out that they added. So they added a bunch of extra like characters in Baba Is You just for the level creator, and one of them is Bad, which is just Baba with an earring.
That's good.
That makes me happy. It's just a scowling Baba with an earring.
It's bad.
So last night somebody on my stream was telling me about this NES game that got made. It's looked a couple years old now. Always Awakening. I'd never heard of this.
Oh yeah,
like an NES Metro. It's for sale on Steam right now for $1.79.
I don't know which direction I'm supposed to be impacted by that.
I mean,
is that too cheap or too expensive for an NES game in 2024?
I didn't even hear the price.
$1.79.
So, I mean,
that beats $60
more for Vampire Survivors.
90 money.
I mean,
you paid more money for Vampire Survivors.
I didn't. Treble gifted me all that. I didn't pay anything for that.
You paid for the original.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, that's true.
That price point is just a labor of love price point. Like, they made this, and if they can get any money out of it at all, then...
This game came out in 2017. I thought it was just like something that just came out, but it's been out for a while.
There's a game that I have a friend of mine. He buys all of these like these games like this. He's bought 5 or 6 of them this year. Just these NES games and Game Boy games that are being released on cartridges.
Yeah.
And the last one he bought was I forget what it was called, but it looked like
I'm back.
Like a Mega Man and Metroid had a baby.
It's
really good, actually.
It's everybody back, so we can. I don't have a working NES at the moment, which is sad. That's the saddest thing. Let me rephrase that. I have 3 NESs that all work, but I have nothing I can plug them into.
Yeah, they really need to make because the NT.
Mm-hmm.
Was like this premium product that was like $500, like all aluminum, and then they switched the Super NT, which is plastic, and they just haven't like redone an NT that wasn't $500.
The Super NT is great. I've gotten a lot of use out of that. I broke it. I jailbroke it so the SD slot works, so I can put randos on it. Playing randos on like real hardware, like that just did my soul a lot of good. Like that just warmed me up from the inside.
Maybe they'll playing on a CRT TV?
No, I don't have a CRT.
Oh.
Maybe they'll go back after they ship the because they're doing a 64 now.
Yeah, I don't have enough. There weren't enough good N64 games to want to buy an N64, but I own like 200 NES games. I have nothing to play them on.
Yep.
I don't know. Like the 64 is a dedicated piece of hardware. It's not.
Yeah, it's a what is it called? It's the
NT64.
My 64 still works. Like I'm pretty sure my older systems still work too, but that one specifically, like I don't.
The Analog 3D. That's what it's called.
All right, you guys have just broken all of my gemstone dwarves, and you found some. I didn't put the number down, so hopefully when you wrote it down, you found some number of usable gemstones.
Yeah, 22.
22 gold pieces worth of usable gemstones. Roll higher next time, and you'll get more.
Don't let Chris roll.
What's next?
Benedict's gonna be over on his own, just trying to get his breath. And he's gonna turn to the party and say, "Might we take a rest? I need to spend some hit dice."
Do you want to try to take a rest?
I would like a short rest if we can.
Get our backs to the wall a little better, maybe.
Well, I mean, I would say go in here or something.
Let's finish looking around this cavern before we take a short rest.
That's fine.
Okay.
Unless you want to go back to the one at the start. Is there anything in these sections?
Ssah'ra, looking down the squeeze tunnel here, you don't see anything of note, but there are 3 roughly dwarven-shaped recesses in the obsidian walls. Benny, this opens up into another large chamber.
Can I see the back of the chamber? I guess.
Can you? Yeah, you could. You got 60 feet of dark vision, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Something like that.
And then this is just.
Yeah, it just connects around.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Benny will look inside.
And nothing of note in this chamber. There's no illumination from this direction.
He looks back, kind of panting, like it looks pretty isolated. I think it's clear. What do you see over there?
3 recesses is probably where these guys came from. Somebody small wants to go check it out down there.
Okay, so what's next?
No,
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I guess Zirahl will slither down this tunnel and see if anything is stuck in there.
Squeeze down to the end of the tunnel. Like I said, you just find the 3 recesses in the obsidian wall, which are vaguely dwarfy in shape.
Probably where those things came from.
They just popped out of the wall. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Short and boxy, slightly.
Should we be like looking at all the walls? Like, have we seen any recesses?
Well,
like
you had
that?
seen illumination from those 2 areas.
Okay.
when you first came
we
in.
don't see that, and there's no such illumination in this room.
No such illumination down here. The only light is whatever source you brought.
Then presumably any of these rooms should be safe.
Yes, Ssah'ra will search this room for secret compartments.
Yeah, there's nothing to find. I mean, you run your hands along the wall. There is a tunnel, squeeze tunnel, off this direction.
Oh,
Okay.
that's interesting. Okay, so we don't want to rest in here then.
Yeah, does it look like it goes anywhere?
Looks like it goes further ahead to a T-junction.
We'll see if it connects up to the main cavern later.
Okay. So you guys want
Where do
to
you want
take
to
a
rest?
short rest?
Here or here?
I'd probably say this one up here.
Yeah, I feel like this is the better one.
All right. Nerium,
I had to throw a ton of hit dice here. Hold on.
your elf friend is just clinging onto you as you're moving around. You all have promised that he can have back everything that was his manor house, his wealth. Was it his sister or his wife who you killed?
Yeah.
His sister.
I imagine like during like the thing, I'm like, yeah, we'll get your wife back. Correct, sister.
Yeah,
like, oh yeah, sister. That's what I said, sister.
Yeah, there's a cure for the zombie apocalypse in here. That's what we call.
Oh, we have 2 tokens for the elf. I'll delete this one.
So I need a second because I have to roll a bunch of dice.
Yeah, go ahead and take the benefits of the short rest if you guys are going to hang out here for an hour.
And then I also wanted to do something. Like I actually wrote something I wanted to
Oh no.
share. This is so weird that I'm adding forward every dice now. So let's see.
I don't get anything back on a short rest, so I'll just stand guard.
Okay.
I don't need a short rest right now. Doesn't do me
If
any good.
you take a short rest, you also get back. Let me see. I think it might be a D10 now. Just checking. Where is it at? It's somewhere here on my character sheet.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume it's a D10.
Regrettably, we can't get this done with mine because then we could stack my 10-minute rest on top of it.
Yeah. Anyway, you all get an extra D10.
That's
Also, well, I should have probably created a mansion. So
It's fine.
so. Does anybody else need healing before I go any further? I just rolled 9 hit dice, and I'm more or less full.
I'm full.
I'm back to full.
I'm only down 20.
Oh, I gotta change this now. I have 91 damage.
Yeah, I'm only down 20 right now, so I can't.
7.
Unless you got something a little lighter than the 10-minute one.
So we good?
Yeah. So during this time, like Benedict is like visibly anxious. Like he lights a cigar and he's just puffing away on it, just trying to calm down, looking at the walls. And he says that this place reminds him very uncomfortably so of the time when he was enslaved, and that he now understands why Naz had such value in the vices that he did.
Okay.
Benny, you're crazy. It's like a wonderful glass womb.
It wasn't this shiny where I was from, but all the same. Ugh. I apologize for being as out of sorts as I've been. It's only been a month, but it's so hard to just close my eyes at night.
You
Nerium
needn't
has our friend
apologize.
Could I? And he sits considering this like very carefully, but then he looks at you all and says, "Could I just talk about him for a little bit, and maybe just like getting his memory out there and sharing it will help me get through this."
Ssah'ra is ignoring Benny and checking on the prisoner.
Wow. That's a very evil thing to do.
You needn't. Zirahl will listen to Benedict though.
You're the one who knows the least about him.
Tom just nods. I mean, he's standing. Yeah, Sahn didn't need a rest, so he was just kind of waiting around while you guys were doing this. But...
And so Benny starts to tell a story about the nightmares he's been having and how they actually met. The first few days of Nazir's passing, he says, unsure of the word for it. Midge's sleeping draft did nothing but make him nauseous, and he found it impossible to sleep. And every time he would shut his eyes, he would be back there in the Shadowed Lands. And he closes his eyes and flicks them back open, and he looks around, and he says it looks almost the same in some regards. I don't know how much that you remember before signing the Deceit's Ledger, but from what I gathered, you didn't recall all that much, and maybe that's for the best.
I wouldn't say that what I had coming out of that was memory. Whatever it was, it didn't really work the same way.
I remember everything. I spent a decade in chains, locked in a cell, and let out for labor, mining, cooking, cleaning. Every day sent down into a place like this, and every night sent back up into the pens where I'd fall asleep on a dirt floor, not unlike... Well, I mean, I don't know if the ground is dirt. The ground's all obsidian too, right?
Oh yeah, it's shiny obsidian.
Okay, but beneath what I suspect would be under here. And the day that he entered my life, I might as well have been yesterday. And he closes his eyes, and he like starts talking as if he's like reliving the dream in that moment. And he says, every night after his passing, the scene played out over and over and over again. It's the middle of the night. Darkness has long since fallen. Not that the Shadowed Lands ever had much in the way of daylight. And I awaken to the sound of frenzied commotion outside the cells that the slaves were kept in. The sound of keys jangling and the ward door being thrown open. And the angry shouts of keepers through what I can barely hear as I rouse myself from my stupor. Just throw him in a cell, they snarl. Worthless orc, why is this our problem, eh? He won't make it through the night anyways. And every time they unlock the cell next to mine. There was a dwarven woman there once. She'd perished only a week before. But with turnover as frequent as it was in the slave pens, it was no surprise. And I can barely see him in the dark from the glare of the guard's torchlight. I shield it with my arm, but I don't draw their attention, so I stay as motionless as I can, and between the bars, I see him. A tall, green-skinned man, face down in the dirt, blood streaming from a horrid gash across half his scalp. And he just lies there, motionless, as the guards take their leave, and it's silent. Nobody, all I hear is his breath. All the other slaves, even if they had heard anything, even if they'd cared, they do nothing, and I'm the sole witness to his suffering. And I clamber to my feet. There's nothing I can do, but I have to offer it. I reach through the bars and I shout, "Let me help you. Let me tend to your wound." And the first words he ever said back to me were, "Let me die." And all I can do is grit my teeth. I strangle the bars and try and pry them apart. "Please, I'm a healer. I practice medicine." It's a desperate half-lie, but I found work as a fighter and sort of combat medic. Led me to appear to the wall and got me into this mess, but I still know how to handle a bandage. But all I see is his grievous wounds. What little hope I have of helping him would just merely ease his suffering, and he needs a miracle. I reach for my rags and my hands tremble, and I tear them off into a strip of cloth that I dunk into the water bowl that I've been drinking of, and I just beg of him, "Please, please, I promise that I won't let you die, but I can't do this without you. I'll do everything in my power to preserve you. Please don't give up hope." And my mind races, and my vows feel desperate and half-hearted. I don't know if I can help him, and I plead to Osprey, anybody would hear me, just help this man. I remember reaching through the bars at him, and my palm, and he holds out his palm, and it actually starts to glow blue with the power of his lay on hands. And he says, "It was like this. It's foreign. It felt bizarre, otherworldly, but calming." And I reach out to the man who reaches back, and his fingers brush past mine and through them. And I scream at him, "No, please." And I just see the life slip from him before me, and a trickle of blood drips over his eyes, and they grow distant and clouded, and I shout, I strangle the bars, "No, Nazir! Don't leave me like this!" It's a name I couldn't have possibly known. And then his eyes snap open, and he realizes that he's not in the dream for a second, remembering that he's telling you the story. And he just holds his head and says, "That vision diverged from reality, obviously, but it plagued me for days. And honestly, it wasn't until you, Nerium, brought me to my senses that I could at least see the actual story as it indeed played out once again. And I thank you for that, because I think I would have gone insane had it continued to play out as it did. But the truth of the matter is that I was able to drag him to the bars. I bandaged him up as best as I could, and he made it through the night. In fact, the next day, there wasn't even a trace of blood on his bandage. I didn't know what that meant at the time. I thought it a miracle. Maybe he had done something, found the will to live, but I've been thinking, and it's about what you said, that you're right. If my vow was to get him here to become a paladin, or to get him here to save the world, then I became a paladin for that reason, and I think that might have been the moment it happened. And my soul was trying to remind me of that, as much as grief wished to deny it. And he looks visibly calmer as he's getting this off of his chest here. And he just says, "Thank you for helping me rediscover my path. I'll try and do.
Oh, good. Sorry.
I'll try and do better, but forgive me if there are moments where I look to the side and think it's Nazir, and instead it's Sahn, or I start talking to nobody in particular. I'll get there, but it's going to be difficult."
You needn't apologize for being a grieving widower.
Well, if faith is all I have, then faith will hopefully lead me back to him when this is all said and done. He looks over to Ssah'ra and says, "I know we made a deal, but I'd like to ask you to reconsider." And he chuckles a little bit and says, "I think you would have reconsidered anyway. I don't want you to wish for my longevity anymore."
Benedict, if you don't get your shit together, I'm going to wish you forget everything there is about Nazir.
He would kill you before you did that. Yeah, that would immediately roll initiative. No, but he asks you, don't wish for his longevity, but also whatever cosmic divine force is holding back whatever thing that Nazir sacrificed himself for. Don't wish for Nazir's return right now, because if whatever that is undone, he wouldn't have a world to return to.
What makes you think wishing for Nazir's return would even work?
It's the only hope I have left. But we need something else today. So whatever it is that you choose something that helps us survive this calamity, whatever it might be.
So your elf friend, listening to this story, he thought that you were going to wish to return his manor house and his sister and all of his wealth and his lands and holdings.
We have multiple wishes, man.
And Ssah'ra
chill
assures the elf that's exactly what they're going to do.
Okay.
Vinny is just very, very sad and delusional right now.
Jeez, no compassion.
I love that Raz clearly wrote this long, heartfelt story, and then the response to it is just gaslighting. That's fantastic.
Well, I knew that would be the response from Ssah'ra.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I prepared a few of these, but I'm not going to read them all per day. Oh, I mean, because the last few weeks have been awful for me, and my response to awful situations is to be creative.
Yeah.
And so I might share one every episode for a short rest.
We'll set aside time next session for another one.
Yeah. For Raz time. Yeah, we don't have to do it every session.
We need to get a new title card. It's Raz time now.
Yeah, no, just flash it on the screen.
Story time
Make it a
with
strobe
Raz.
light. Just cover up that damn turtle.
I don't even write that much prose for my D&D sessions. I almost never even write character dialogue.
I mean, this is for me. I thought I would share it. I was like, you know what? I could share this at the session. It's appropriate. But yeah, this is. I feel like this is a motivation or a method for Benny to slowly snap out of it, because he's not okay in this situation, and he'll get there.
Now, not for nothing, but Nick used to write songs.
I'm not a bard.
Oh, okay.
I'm a paladin.
Paladins can't sing. That's against the law.
Yeah. No, I don't have ranks of performing.
So you guys go ahead and finish the benefits of the short rest, and you've helped Benny work through some of his emotional trauma. Well, some of you helped Benny work through some of his emotional trauma.
I mean, Ssah'ra is only good for making more of it, right?
Ssah'ra's an engine for generating emotional trauma.
Yeah, that expectation is already clear. That's already been quoted. It's already been accounted for.
Okay.
It can't hurt him. The snake lady can no longer hurt him.
What's next?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, you guys can take the benefits of the short rest.
Yeah. I have hit points again. Oh my god.
For now. So what's next? We're going down the hallway.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's look down this
train
hallway.
tracks.
All right. Yeah, the tracks are more or less intact. And after a few moments, you find another squeeze tunnel off to the side, and you come across the path being blocked by a cart filled with dust and rocks, chunks of obsidian, and more or less
So
just
before you-
detritus.
Before you revealed the cart, I was going to ask, is there a cart anywhere along here?
There is. It's right here.
And it's right there. I'm glad I waited.
So I was going
Just
to verify.
this
this.
connects around. Yeah.
Yeah, if you poke your way into the squeeze tunnel here, you get something like this.
Ah, okay.
Nothing of interest in it, no glowing lights.
No, there's no illumination.
What about this way? Are there glowing lights further?
You have to climb up and over the cart to get through there.
See if you can push the cart.
I was actually going to try and pull the cart back to here.
You
Yeah, we can pull it.
Let's try to move. Who's attempting to move it, and how are you attempting to move it? Let's do that.
But I would help with this. Yeah.
Ssah'ra is going to grab it.
So we do have
Yeah.
Benny and Ssah'ra on either side of the cart.
Sure, if we could fit.
Okay,
Okay.
before we move it, Ssah'ra is going to stand back with her glaive and poke around to make sure nothing's going to jump out at us.
It's a mimic cart. No, nothing jumps out at you, and you don't see any illumination coming from inside the cart either. It's just dust and chunks of rock and detritus. Give me
Mimic
a-
cart was definitely the worst of those 16-bit games.
Which direction are we pushing it?
You
we're
said
gonna push it
pulling it.
back
I
to
was
the-
assuming back towards the
backward.
entrance. So go
Okay.
ahead and get one of you. Give me a strength check at advantage if the
Yes,
other is
sir.
helping.
Yeah, I'm empty. Don't roll 2 1s.
You got a bar dice, right?
No.
That's pretty good.
Well, you could take the collar off of Benny, put it on yourself, and get a D4 out of it.
Yeah. if
You're
we can do that with
probably
dice.
okay. It's a strength check, right? 22 is really good.
That's not a 22. That's a 25.
25. Yeah. So after a moment,
Yeah, it's even better.
put your elbows into it, and you manage to move the cart in such a way that moving it out of its where the spot where it's kind of rusted and congealed into place takes some effort. Once you get it moving, anybody would be able to push it this way or that. So you have a cart that
so
moves
we-
along the
we
track,
rested it. Okay.
and you want to move it back up here. Here, let's actually go ahead and give you a little cart token. Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, here's your
We
cart.
may need to jump on it and ride it over a giant gorge.
And you guys just move it wherever you want.
Cool.
Like potentially, could we use this to ram into something?
Yes.
Maybe.
Yes, we could.
Like,
If there was something to
How-
ram in. But now that you've moved the cart, you can see a little further down, and there are squeeze tunnels where mine shafts are bored into the walls this way and that.
any light?
Not that you can
Really?
see, no.
If you're feeling brave, we can put you on the cart and just give it a good solid push.
Yeehaw!
Who wants to ride the mine cart?
Okay, well, we'll start with door number 1.
I've played Donkey Kong. I know how that goes.
So you're gonna go down the
Yeah,
squeeze
no.
tunnel here?
Yeah. How many jumps and gaps do I have to get the minecart over? Right.
Oh wow, I'm standing up. Look, whoa. The physics in Tabletop Simulator.
The game
Remember,
is not
this is
physics.
not a game of physics.
So yeah, you see a couple more openings. Somebody's done like
Haggard
some Minecraft strip mining down here.
How narrow is this? These are all squeezes.
These are squeeze tunnels.
How
And same thing in this
effectively
direction.
How effectively can you fight in a squeeze tunnel?
If you're in a squeeze tunnel, when you make your a melee weapon attack, you roll at disadvantage.
Okay, that's what I thought. Well, I'm gonna just
Benny, before
start...
you go in there,
Oh, well then, okay.
So Ssah'ra's just going to the end of the.
just check to make sure nothing's like gonna drop at us. And is there another cart turned over?
There's just a crate full of nothing valuable.
Yeah, okay.
If you insist something be there, yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to look up here.
Okay,
I'll
so
look around this corner.
look around the corner. Ssah'ra, you're slithering up the other side,
Yeah.
so you can see the back of the tunnel.
I mean, I actually think this
This-
is a good idea, what we're doing. Benny will advance to here and look around.
Look around the corner, and the squeeze tunnel connects up.
Oop,
Ssah'ra.
I have a ruler selected.
Looking in this direction, this little spot here is not made out of obsidian. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and draw on the map. Let's make it like a very light gray. So this area here is not obsidian. It's a deposit of some other kind of stone, and you can see where they've mined through it, and you can see part of where the wall has. At first glance, it looks like it's a collapse, right? It looks like a spot where the deposit has collapsed away, but on second glance, you can see the tool work on the wall behind it. These are chips and powder and sand and small crystal fixtures made out of this deposit that has been purposely chiseled away from the wall and piled up here.
Hey guys, we need to get a collection of this for Midge.
Midge? Why?
Because she's a dwarf. You might know what the hell it is. Everybody, Ssah'ra's not going to go in there until other people are in the area.
Yeah, Benny will go in.
Yeah. And Benny, stepping into the deposit, you can feel how just different the floor and walls here feel, like under your boots. It's almost like you're walking on, dense chalk, rather than
crunchies as opposed to like clanks.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
You feel me? And
I'm
Ssah'ra
on
coming from the
Cyris
other
side,
direction,
like
same
it.
thing.
Benny will take a chunk of it.
Okay. You reach down and you pick up a chunk, and you're wearing the bracers, yes?
Yeah.
And you've got gauntlets on.
Yeah.
And it is very chalky when you pick it up. You feel as though you could make a fist and crumble it to dust in your hand.
I mean, he does that to test it, and then grabs a different chunk and then puts it safely away. Maybe
you do.
Midge
Okay,
could
so you do
something
that.
like this. Yeah. Sorry, was there a follow-up there?
There is. I'm just double checking my notes to make sure. I don't think
Means
You do put it away.
sometimes
I'm
what
going to have to use my wish for
Like,
true
that's a very
resurrection now.
strange thing to announce. You do put it away.
sometimes what happens is I associate a piece of information in my planning notes with a skill check, and sometimes I don't do that, and I get to that point in my notes, and I'm like, why didn't I associate this with a skill check? And I have to think about it for a minute. No skill check needed. When you apply pressure to it, you crumble it in your hand, you can feel warmth in your hand, as though you had plunged your gauntleted hand into like the remains of a campfire, into ash and ember.
I know that Zirahl is like his elemental property is fire.
Oh yeah.
Correct.
Like, okay, so I know that. So since you're right there, Benny's going to turn to you and say, "Have you seen something like this? It releases heat when you crumble it."
Take a look at it.
Unless Zirahl has a specific tool proficiency that would apply to mineralogy or mining or
This would be
Just,
like
stonecraft.
just jeweler's tools.
jeweler's tools, that wouldn't apply.
Yeah.
But I mean, a cursory examination confirms what Benny just told you.
Nay, Lord Knight.
You don't have to
You're
be
a
that
lord now. You've been promoted.
Load captain.
Ssah'ra's going to pick some up and put it into a pouch.
Okay, you load up a pouch with it.
Yeah.
And you're able to keep it in basically as big a chunks as you want. Like you can hold a whole rock full of it. You could break it into little petals, or you can grind it down into sand with a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, she's going to keep it as a large rock.
Okay. And then the squeeze tunnel continues kind of on behind you there.
Ssah'ra peeks her head around the corner.
You get more squeeze tunnel. Then it's squeeze tunnel all the way down.
She's examining the walls as she walks to see if there's any sort of secret passages or other crannies that she hasn't seen.
No, and in fact, it would be very difficult to hide something like that in a solid obsidian wall. I like the old discarded wheelbarrow here.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So, Z, what are we looking for?
Looking for a giant brazier.
And then down here is more squeeze tunnel.
Did you just call me Z?
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes. It was because I want you to feel. Nerium says in a like monotone. Yes, it was because I want you to feel like you belong, and not because I forgot your name.
Is anyone else seeing the weird like ghost derp on the map on this side?
Yes.
Like he's got his like weird ghost head, and then these little eyes, and like his
Kind
weird
of. Like, I
paw.
see a bunch of them.
Boo.
All right, this doesn't look like there's any other doors, so Ssah'ra's gonna go back to check the elevator.
Yeah, so you have the elevator shaft. So you've got actually 4 bracing poles along the side where a platform could be lowered down to where you climbed up. The place where you climbed up, there was a natural fissure in the obsidian. It's not part of the natural shaft. You guys came in, climbed up this natural shaft, and then climbed out in the bottom of this elevator shaft. However, looking up 15 feet or so above you as the shaft continues up in a 10 by 10 square, you see where it's been caved in deliberately with boulders of stone or granite or silicon or something that is not native to this area. It's not an obsidian obstruction.
Is there any apparent way to unobstruct it?
You'd have to start digging through it, and doing that from the bottom would be extremely dangerous. That's a really good way to get yourself buried and crushed and die in a pile of rock.
Also, where does all that debris go? It goes down, and then we can't exit. Admittedly, my first idea was, well, maybe we could use this like chalky powder to make a bomb.
So the only entry exit way we found is a shaft that we came.
Right.
through.
Yeah.
If you go back down through that shaft, you're going back out to the cliff face where you found the entrance originally.
Benny's gonna suggest casting locate object again.
Okay.
But he only has so many more of those in him. And would like the party's input.
Well, we can do it from in here, but there may be a separate entrance higher up to get to these upper levels.
Or it could just simply be behind a wall, and that could give us an idea where to look, but
So
you're
you
not
think
wrong.
so? The only thing that's different is this room right here.
Yeah, that's
my understanding.
a deposit of that strange chalky stone where if you apply pressure to it, it gave off heat.
All right, you know what?
So we
Ssah'ra,
mine through it.
Ssah'ra, can you like light that stone on fire?
I'm gonna try something. So, Ssah'ra is going to try and use mold earth to make a kind of like dig down in the middle of this room.
Okay. Let me make sure that the spell can do something like that.
Yeah, it says you choose a portion of dirt or stone that you can see within a range of 5 feet. If your target is loose earth, you can instantaneously evacuate it, moving it along the ground, deposit 5 feet away. I just don't know if this counts as loose earth or not.
No, this doesn't count as loose earth. Well, the crumbled part of it against the wall does, where that's piled up.
Okay, you know what we're gonna do?
And if it's stone or dirt, you can cause it to become difficult terrain.
So, when you squeeze this stuff, it gets hot, right?
Yeah, when Benny squeezed it in his hand, it gave off heat.
Nerium, you want to try something fun? What if we take the cart and ram it against this wall as hard as we can?
Parts on the.
The track doesn't go that way, though.
Well, we
Yeah.
get the cart off the tracks. It's got wheels, right?
That's
Wheels
not
that
how
are
minecarts
designed
work.
to roll
Yeah.
on one thing.
I don't know if
Like-
you've ever seen a minecart, but they do not roll unless it's on a track.
The game is not physics, but it is minecart.
Yeah.
The game is not physics.
See if does the stone like light on fire if you like put flame to it.
I
since it
need
gives off heat?
a more specific action than that.
Okay, Zirahl
What
will
are you
light a
doing,
torch.
Miriam?
I'm asking Ssah'ra to take one of the stone samples she got and put it into a torch and see if it explodes.
Okay.
Ssah'ra is going to light a torch.
Okay, you do that.
She's going to stand back,
Okay.
preferably around a corner,
You just put yourself on the square you want to be on.
and she's gonna throw the torch. Benny, get out of the way.
Oh, yeah.
You're gonna throw the torch into here.
I'm not gonna stop you. That's not what I was asking you to do. But I'm not gonna stop you.
Yeah, I was gonna say this
Yeah.
isn't Sarah's fault. This is absolutely Nerium's idea.
No. Ssah'ra had taken samples that she was carrying
It's
on
too
her.
late now to argue your case. Sarah has already blown you all up because you asked her to.
I am not claiming the no cipher bonus. I am doing this.
Sarah, so you're flinging your torch in there. Is that correct?
Yeah, she'll be on this side.
All right. Let's go ahead and get a strength saving throw from everybody, including the elf man, which I'll make.
I mean,
Actually, no, before you make this, I'm going to require one of you to forego your strength saving throw if you want to try to protect the elf man from harm.
I'll do it.
Okay, so everybody but Nerium can make a strength saving throw.
Because I have no chance of making that throw
It's
saving
only
throw anyway.
25.
28.
I got a 10.
10, so Sahn failed.
2.
I'm going to apply 11 points of bludgeoning damage, which you can cut in half if you pass a DC 15 strength save. Also, if you fail to save, you're knocked prone. Nerium, you feel the first aftershock of the inevitable explosion, and you throw yourself down on the elf man to make sure that he's safe from harm. So you don't get to make the save, you're automatically knocked prone, and you take the full 11 points of damage. Ssah'ra, the explosion that racks the tunnels shakes everything around you, knocks most of your party to the ground. And you hear tremors and crumbling and falling rock all around you, reverberating through the walls. And for a moment, you're thinking, oh, okay, I've just killed all of us. Like, that's just what happens next. We're just gonna... But the obsidian doesn't crack and break and rain down on you in shards. Looking into the room, you now have a pretty nice-looking, like, spherical recess. And... Actually, I'm going to just go ahead and draw a big box around the area up there in a darker gray. Like, this is all just going to be choking smoke now. Because there's nowhere for the smoke to be ventilated.
Don't go in there.
And looking in, I mean, you can't see anything. It's black, acrid smoke filling the air. But you definitely felt the reverberations as the very clearly... explosive material detonated, exposed to your open flame.
It was gunpowder.
Nerium shouts because she's probably partially deaf. Did anybody else, like, I said use the sample. Like, that's a thing I said. This is not my fault.
I didn't think it'd be possible for me to become nostalgic for the city of brass, but you've somehow managed to do that. Congratulations.
Is everyone okay?
What?
I'm fine.
Happy to help.
Benedict will help Nerium get her feet.
Ssah'ra is clapping, being very giddy. She's excited about what just happened.
That's the second most fun explosion I've ever caused.
Benny looks down the hallway and goes, wow.
There's nothing left. Looking down the hallway,
You really did that.
black acrid smoke, but there's nothing left inside the crater.
Like, he should be horrified by this, but it's kind of like, you know how if you see something so crazy, it loops back around to like cool?
You've been on her crew for a year? He asks Sahn. Master,
yeah.
She's
She's
a mad woman.
What?
Benny leans
Yeah,
over to her.
but... Okay, I don't actually have a butt for that, just yeah.
Benny will lean over to Ssah'ra and say, you should wish for, like, a ton of that.
I know, right? I'm sad I only got one sample.
You have one sample in a pouch that's not ignited.
Oh, Benny has a sample, too.
Okay.
So, we've got 2. He holds up his half of the bargain.
If you go into that cloud, in that black square, you're not going to be able to breathe. You need to hold your breath to go in there. And you can probably imagine over the course of the next few hours, the smoke will dissipate and chew up all the oxygen on this level of the mine, but I'm not going to apply that right away because the game is not physics.
Do we have a gust of wind spell
yes,
to, like, clear
I
out
do.
this corridor?
I can do a, Nerium pulls out her magical instrument and casts Wind Wall.
Okay.
Let's see. It is
Like isolate and condense the smoke.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50.
Because my intent here is, like, did this blow up an opening to another level?
We're gonna find out.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping.
So
Otherwise, I'm kind of at a loss of what to do here.
what's Nerium doing with Windwall?
She's basically going to... She makes a wind wall like this,
Okay.
and like the wind is blowing like this.
To what end? Where do you want the smoke to go?
That way.
Back towards the
basically,
entrance?
I'm making a fan to blow the smoke out of the, yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna clog up this.
Yeah.
Ideally, you want to blow it like down one of these caverns
Down
eventually.
where?
I don't have that kind of fine control.
I
'Cause
don't think there's a floor to blow it down into, is there?
Somebody blew up the room, so we're doing the best we can.
It's true. So yeah, I'll this rectangle is now filled with smoke.
Okay. Ssah'ra will slither in to see your masterpiece.
Okay. And yeah, you've got a nice spherical crater with no other openings in or out. But all of the material has been consumed.
So she's going to check the wall. Like, is there anywhere in the wall, or is like everything obsidian now?
Everything's not only is everything obsidian, but everything is cracked and broken obsidian. So just touching the wall and running your hand along it is liable to get you cut.
So this did not break any openings or entrances.
It did not. And staying in this area is going to be dangerous for more than a few seconds at a time.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Empress of a Dead Empire, are you satisfied with your destruction?
You know, yeah, I am. That was cool.
Was it as cool as 500 gallons of acid?
No, absolutely not.
What's next?
Ssah'ra is going to start checking the tunnels for more of that material.
Well, there's none on this area. You've already checked all these tunnels.
Benny, have we done another find a path to figure out if or another locate object to try and figure out exactly where we need to go?
No, this is what I wanted to see happen first, and it played out exactly how I dreamed.
This is exactly how you were expecting this to turn out.
Yeah, it was awesome.
You have a more active imagination than I do.
Break this minecart. Does it have any of this material in it?
No.
Damn.
Shards of obsidian and chunks of detritus.
I will cast locate object a second time.
Okay. Casting locate object a second time, you get a ping. It's within 1,000 feet, considerable distance above you. Ssah'ra, forcing your way through the smoke, emerging on the other side of the smoke, coughing and sputtering, looking up, you see that the boulders blocking your egress upward through the elevator shaft, the shaking and tremors have caused them to dislodge. So now your path out is blocked. But the path upward is clear.
Awesome.
The party will return. Benny will say, "It's above us."
Nerium, great idea.
Oh,
worked
boy.
flawlessly.
Hold your breath.
Fair enough.
Guys, how do we leave?
We go up.
Magic, maybe?
Salt and preserve.
Benny looks down and laughs kind of nervously and says, "I sure hope we aren't wishing for a way out of here."
I can literally teleport.
I think two of you can teleport.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I didn't even think about that. Okay,
Yeah,
well, Benny would not have that. Benny would not have that nervous breakdown then.
Standing at the bottom and looking up, you see part of the shaft nearest to your level is broken. One of the beams is like partially collapsed and sagging, and that's probably the result of having boulders crammed down in there to block off the tunnel. Looking beyond that, the elevator shaft looks more or less in good repair and maybe 50 or 60 feet above your head. So Ssah'ra, if you climb up on top of the boulders that are now piled up here, at the edge of your dark vision, you can see the bottom of a wooden platform. 50 or 60 feet up.
Okay. Guessing I can't throw a grappling hook that far up.
Question while it's on my mind. Locate object tells me where an object is.
Mm-hmm.
Can I use relative distance? So if I can see, like, if there's a mine shaft going up 60 feet, can I use that to estimate how much further up this thing is?
Further than that.
That's still helpful. Okay, thank you.
Give me some ropes on.
Benny will give you his rope too.
I mean, I thought I specifically said you guys needed to bring hundreds of feet of rope in the thing.
I remember Sahn saying that.
No, Sahn said that. We did. We have it. We have it. Ssah'ra just doesn't have it on her.
Okay, who has it?
I don't.
I was carrying the thing that had the rope presumably in it.
That's like Nazir's job.
So are all five of you just standing here like you were supposed to bring the rope?
No, the rope is in Nazir's flat. It's in Nazir's little house. Or Zirahl's.
My name is not Nazir.
It's in Zirahl's house.
Benny turns to Zirahl and says,
If you placed it, if you placed it in there, it's still in there.
Yeah, do you have a way?
We've a day to wait to retrieve it.
All right. Well, I have 50 feet on me. Does anybody have any rope on them?
I have another.
I have 50 feet on
We
me.
have enough.
Hold on. Oh,
Just
Like,
give me 50 feet of rope.
okay, 50 feet of rope enough? Like, do I need to draw 500
This has
feet of
become a
rope?
comedy of errors. I
No,
love it.
you're fine. Ssah'ra
How
takes
come?
Benny's rope. And you said this platform is 60 feet up?
50 or 60 feet, yeah.
Okay,
yeah, Benny's just
Ssah'ra's
sitting
gonna
there
jump up.
holding the rope.
Ssah'ra's
He's
going
like,
to psychic leap and jump up there.
Beg your foolishness. Oh my.
I'm going to save this map.
Sorry, Zirahl. It's often like this.
Spare your foolishness. This is absurd.
You should see us when we're being unprofessional.
This is This is professional.
Yeah, we're on the clock.
I'm afraid.
The ship's getting a share of all those gems we found.
You know, somehow I figure all adventuring parties are actually like this, and that we're not the exception but the rule.
Ssah'ra.
Yeah.
Throw up your grappling hook at the top of the shaft, so you can be able to climb out into these squares are 5 feet. They're a little smaller than your token.
Her plan is she's going to jump up here, and then she's going to tie the rope around something and lower it down so everybody else can climb up if they can't fly.
Okay. Well, if you let me describe the room,
I'm just.
you might pick out a place to tie your rope off.
Yeah,
to.
Mr. Chris.
So yeah, you psychically jump up here into the second level. The ceiling above you, the elevator shaft continues, but the ceiling level of this room, that's where you see the bottom platform of presumably the elevator shaft. There are some empty buckets or crates along the wall, more minecart, more rail with a minecart rusted into place, and you see a multicolored illumination coming from this squeeze tunnel off to the side.
Is it multicoloring towards me?
It's not doing anything at the moment. You just notice some illumination in that direction.
Then Ssah'ra will very quietly tie the rope around the minecart.
Okay.
And then drop it down so Benny and Nerium can get up.
Okay.
Zirahl comes up in a burst of flame and smoke as his legs rematerialize beneath him.
All right, being a show off.
Look, I'm coming in at the end. I've got to show off what I could do in some way.
Right. So, Benny, you being closest, you can see the illumination coming from this squeeze tunnel over here.
Yeah, I put myself between everybody in it.
And yeah, looking up at the ceiling, you see where that platform is above you.
Okay.
Now that we're up here, how is the object still very, very far up, or is it like? Do I get the impression it's like a floor above me?
Nope, looks like you've closed a part of the distance.
Ooh, we might have a long way to go, y'all.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do this.
All right, what's next?
Elfie McElfson.
Okay, before Benny runs off towards the gems, Ssah'ra's going to at least look south a little bit.
There is a giant number 2 on the floor. There's a switch track, and then the path diverges.
I'm heading towards the light.
Oh, okay. Well, roll initiative.
I'm not actually doing that.
Roll initiative anyway.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Oh no.
Oh. Benny, you contaminated my dice.
Wow, Chris.
Why are you like this?
Wow. Why are you like this? Yes.
Who did this to you?
You did. You used my dice and you rolled a 3, and then I rolled a 2.
I didn't do anything to him. Let's be clear about that.
It was Raz, not you.
Next campaign, can I sit in the yellow position?
All right. So yeah, as you take a step closer to the squeeze tunnel, you do indeed see the mineral formation start to move and get up as before. So who's at the top of my order?
Surprising nobody.
No one's surprised. Who's at the top of my order?
I am.
Nerium. Followed by Zirahl.
All right. Nerium's gonna grab the elf man.
Yep.
And she's going to shove him. I'm assuming these are here?
Yeah.
She's going to shove him behind that and squat him down, and then she's going to move back.
Very good.
And that's it.
All right.
Who's
next?
Followed by Green.
You said that there's there's sparkly down that way.
Yep. Correct.
Zirahl is going to ready an action to cast Eldritch Blast if something vaguely dwarfish or humanoid shaped starts walking through there.
Something vaguely dwarfish. I love it. Okay, but he's staying put in that square?
Yeah.
All right, who's next?
Green.
Green.
Luigi.
No, you guys killed Luigi much earlier. Go ahead and put the squeeze tunnel there. Because this is something vaguely dwarf shaped. Comes out of the tunnel. That happens first.
Boom. Zirahl, you can kill it.
That triggers Zirahl's held action.
Yep.
Eventually.
Just verifying something.
Okay.
I do get all 3 Eldritch Blasts. It's a 27 to hit.
A 27 does hit.
Assuming this is more that the same creatures that we fought up further up or further below.
Yeah, this one is equipped with with a lance. You fought the green ones had lances, the red one had a hammer.
Okay. 8 points force damage and ignored points of fire damage. How about a nat 20? Does a nat 20 hit?
Sure does.
Now, don't take Chris's dice, or he'll yell at you too.
10 points force damage from that second shot.
And it is bloodied.
And third shot is a 17 to hit.
Also hits.
So, ooh. Big ones have a little more armor. I don't know why I'm rolling 2 dice for damage.
It's fun.
It is. 9 points of force damage from the third hit.
All right, that's enough. So let's get Benny to make a save against the death burst.
I mean, that's what I'm here for, right? 19.
19 will pass. So you're going to take 8 points of slashing damage, which you can cut in half. So that was Zirahl's held action on Green's turn.
Correct.
Second Greenie appears from the tunnel.
You only 33 in movement, sir.
I can't get 2 of you no matter what I do.
I just saw this going on.
I was looking for a square where I could get 2 of you in a breath weapon. Since that does not seem to be the case, we'll just go here and start attacking Benedict.
Yeah, as you will.
Those are some low numbers. Those are the little numbers. Benny, that's going to be a 10 to hit.
No.
And a nat 1.
No.
That was green. That was the least effective turn in D&D history. Who's next?
Red is ready for a more ineffective turn.
Oh, is it Red's turn right now? Cool.
It is Red's turn, yeah. Green then red. Christmas season.
It is Christmas season. We put our tree up last night.
Wow,
Mariah Carey has resurrected, yes. We have to vanquish her like Dracula.
What do you think against Mariah Carey? So bonus action, he's going to step out of the tunnel. He's going to make himself a big boy. He's going to... Let's use his first... I have a reaction that I can use. He can make Green use his reaction to attack. We'll do that. That might do it. That's a 23 to hit, Benny.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Oh boy. I'm always excited when I get to roll a d12. Oh, those are low numbers.
1.
4 points of piercing damage,
Yep.
plus 2 points of fire damage. And now the big boy is going to hit you with his psychic attuned hammer. Okay, I've got an 18 to hit.
No.
I have a 17 to hit.
No.
I have a 25 to hit.
Oh, yeah, that'll hit.
All right. Low numbers again. 8 points of bludgeoning damage. And 3 points of psychic damage from his brain rot hammer.
Oh, so TikTok.
And that's Red's turn. Who's next?
Social media hammer.
It's just it's a cell phone on a stick.
Sahn, followed by Zirahl.
I have the sudden urge to doom scroll.
All right, so
Don't do it.
I think I can move.
You're a
back
young man.
5, 10, 15. I'm going to start by shooting this one.
Okay.
So, non-sharpshooter hits an armor class of 24
That'll hit.
for 9 magical piercing.
And
Second
he's
attack.
already used his reaction, so he can't go invisible.
Second attack is natural 1. Third attack hits an armor class of 31 for 13 magical piercing. And fourth attack, bonus action, hits an armor class of 20.
20 will hit.
That'll deal an additional 10 magical piercing.
All right.
And that's my turn.
So let's go ahead and get a saving throw from the Death Burst from Benny.
18. These are dexterity, right?
Yeah, dexterity 15.
How am I passing them all?
So 8
This makes
points
no
of slashing
sense.
damage from the Death Burst, which you can cut in half. And Sahn missed one of his shots and hit the wall just behind Benny. So let's go ahead and get one more dex saving throw from you.
Hold on, I'm mathing. 16?
16 will pass, so you're going to take 9 points of slashing damage, which you can cut in half, as a chunk of sharp obsidian breaks off the wall. And then, Sahn, you're staying put there?
Yep.
All right, who's next?
After Sahn is Ssah'ra. Now, which of these died? The green or the red?
The green one died. He's gone.
Oh, I can't fail this. Oh, okay.
Ssah'ra will move to here and attack.
Okay.
First attack. It's going to be a 25.
25 will hit.
19 points of magical slashing.
Very good.
Second. It's going to be a 20.
20 will hit.
17 points of magical slashing.
And it is bloodied.
Third attack. That is a, I don't know, 34.
34 will hit.
Always nice to see that.
14 points of magical slashing.
Okay.
And 8 points of force. And I need a DC 17 strength save, or it is knocked prone.
Ooh, it is knocked prone.
Okay, Benny, kill it. Oh, I get a bonus action. Oh, wait. She'll get within 5 feet. I had advance. It's going to be a 27.
27 will hit.
It's going to be 23 points of magical bludgeoning.
All right, let's get that death save, the death burst save from Ssah'ra and Benedict.
Literally, all I did was make saving throws. And I passed them all. I don't know how.
passed.
What is happening?
7 points of slashing damage, which you can cut in half for passing the save. And there's
How did I
no more
pass?
illumination in that tunnel.
Well done.
Let's see here. So 3.
Hate these things.
I made a bazillion concentration checks for locate object, and I realized I can't fail. So I still have that going. I guess I will locate the object. Is it still above us?
Yes.
Oh, good. We have that.
And
Anything in this tunnel?
well, hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on. Roll 3d10.
Oh, okay. Chris is not doing it. I will roll it.
I'm sorry, roll 4d10.
Yeah, I'll take a fourth.
I'm not much better. 13.
13 gold pieces worth of usable gemstones from destroying these humanoid creatures.
Recorded.
Okay, what's next?
I guess we'll start going south. So there's no openings to the platform above that we can see yet.
Looking up the shaft, it looks like the platform in the shaft is just above you. Like at the ceiling level of this room, you're looking at the bottom of the platform. But there doesn't look to be like a way to operate it from here.
Oh, because it's like the bottom of an elevator or something.
Oh, it's the lift. Okay.
Yeah, you came up this elevator shaft. Looking above you, you can see the actual wooden platform that would be raised and lowered. But there doesn't seem to be a way to do that from this level.
Okay, so it's on 3F.
Yeah, we need to find the switch.
Okay.
There's a switch right here.
Yeah,
Then he'll examine it, and he'll give it a flick.
Yeah, and it's a switch
Or
track.
tug.
It moves the switch track here. I like to think that this number 2 is actually carved into the floor.
Wait, I thought in all the maps that we had, the numbers were visible to the characters.
Is that it?
Yeah, because it's room 11 or whatever.
Check down these passageways to see which way the cart needs to go.
You only get that if you've joined the Dungeon Creators Guild.
Yeah.
Oh,
So which way would you like to go? You got a south or a southeast?
Let's look down both.
I'll give you a couple more squares on each tunnel if you want.
oh, it's the same tunnel, of course.
Oh, so we're splitting the party now.
Yeah, Benny, check that side.
Are we really splitting the party? Bye, Zirahl. We're splitting the party.
Oh, hi, Benny. Look, I'm right here.
Benny.
Yeah.
Looking in this room, around the corner goes into a squeeze tunnel from which you can see some mild illumination.
Hey, we got company up here. More lights. Save it for later or deal with it now?
And looking south, you can see the track goes out into a larger chamber.
Why don't we check out this larger room before we go aggro those gym things?
So you want to go down to the south? Follow the tracks?
Yeah.
Okay.
Keeping an eye out for glowing things.
You don't see any glowing to the south. You see some large rocks sitting off to one side. And looking around the corner into this chamber, an open crate filled with white chalky rocks, the substance you saw earlier that Ssah'ra blew up.
Benny, keep a torch away.
Ssah'ra, looking down this direction, you can see the rest of this chamber, and then there's more illumination in a squeeze tunnel to your south.
Benny realizes that his cigar is probably going to light that on fire and steps away very carefully.
Okay.
Put that out. Why do you have that?
It's keeping me calm. Everything is fine. We are okay.
Everything's fine. Nothing is ruined.
I don't have a problem.
All right. So if we aggro one of these things, we're going to get both of them because that's what they do.
So this is the light, you said, right?
Yeah, there's light in this tunnel, and then there's light from this squeeze tunnel up here as well.
I don't want to be in this room, I think, because if something happens over here, it'll blow up at our backs.
So I was going to go see how heavy is this crate.
I mean, the crate would be immovable while it's full. I don't care what your strength is. It doesn't have wheels. There's no way to move it. But there's plenty of material inside of it that you could unload. What's the blue circle for?
Oh, it is an ash room like you drew a circle around before.
It's not. It's an obsidian
not.
room with this one crate here
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
filled with material. Quite a lot of material.
Oh,
Yeah, we may want to use that to make a hole later.
So yeah, that's what you see down in the south passage.
There we go. I'm just gonna circle it then. Okay,
So
I'm
what do you-
less concerned about being in that room then. But I do think we should start here.
Zirahl, you're the new guy. What do you want to do? You want to kill these things or leave them be?
Well,
If they're
Kill-
not going to, if they're not going to, I see no reason to leave them be. If they're leaving us be, then why not? We should leave them be.
what if they come up behind us?
That's my concern too.
Why are
I
you
mean-
grabbing my token?
Because I am colorblind, apparently.
Are you dragon blind?
You grab Benedict's next?
I'm shape blind.
So what's next?
Hey, hands off. How do I change my token to slap other hands?
Well, Zirahl said we should leave him be, so Ssah'ra says, okay.
Leave it with me.
So
Okay.
Let's try that.
Ssah'ra,
Sahn, will you keep an eye out behind us?
coming down this tunnel now, following the tracks, you come to a block. Where the path is covered with large boulders. Once again, these are not natural boulders for the area. It looks like they were moved here for a particular purpose. They were moved here to block something off.
Nerium, how much powder do you think we need to move this?
I don't know. I think we should just fill this up.
Yep, that's what we're gonna do.
You know.
Benny's gonna go and play with this to make sure that the cart will go to the. I guess it'd be the right.
Okay.
We need to go down here, fill it up, and then back up.
Yep.
Have you not played a JRPG before?
Yeah, I don't know what you're doing, Benny.
Benny goes, "Oh, he was ready to just carry it all the way up there."
Oh, I thought we were playing the Elder Scrolls.
You guys, Benny doesn't think 2 steps ahead.
So you guys are going to move the cart. So I need a strength check to move the cart to get it rolling.
Yes.
But Benny will move the switch so you can push it down here.
Is anybody going to help Ssah'ra?
Benny
Yeah,
doesn't have.
So I will help in with the expectation that I think that this is going to aggro things. It's loud.
25.
25, yeah, you get the cart moving and you can roll it. And Benny has the switch track in the appropriate spot.
So here's the cart.
Okay, so do we?
Yeah, as you
But
move
I
the
actually
cart, go ahead and place your
thing?
marker where you're going to be. Because when you move the cart down into this area, it's going to aggro the monsters.
Yeah.
Benny's talking about. I don't see too special. Like, I'm just picturing Benny doesn't have any object permanence. So like you play peekaboo with him, and he's like, ah, "Where'd you?"
I mean, his intelligence is average, but like he's not the brains of the operation. That was Naz's job. He's the brawn.
All right, yeah, let's go ahead and roll your
He's
initiative.
right about that.
Roll initiative. Can do, sir.
Let's-
And who's at the top of my order?
Sahn.
So yeah, it's
All right, so
Sahn,
what do I see?
as the minecart comes rolling through, rumbling through the area, making all this noise, you see 2 of the hammer-wielding creatures emerging from the squeeze tunnels.
I think I've got shots on this one.
Yeah, that's fine.
So let's go ahead and make a no. Actually, it's isolated. Let's try a sharpshooter. So that hits an armor class of 20,
20 will hit.
dealing 20 magical piercing.
Okay.
I have a second attack. It's an armor class of 22,
22 will hit.
dealing 23 magical piercing.
And it is bloodied.
Third attack, that rolled over a 1. And I have a fourth attack. That hits an armor class of 15.
15 will not hit.
Okay. That's the end of my turn. I guess I can move to cover the new guy.
Okay. Who's next?
Ssah'ra, followed by Zirahl.
All right, what do?
I guess she's just gonna go deal with the problem.
Deal with the problem. So standing directly in front of the squeeze tunnel like this, you can see two more creatures emerging from the walls behind this one. Like so.
So sad it's not loose start.
Is that it?
No, I'm gonna attack this thing.
I should hope so. That wasn't a real die roll. I just dropped my dice.
First attack is a 27.
That'll hit.
I don't think we can hear your dice. I think you're noise gated.
Really? Okay.
I used to be able to hear them, but I can't. Not over Discord.
We barely
29 points
hear
of
your
magical
dog.
slashing.
29 points.
Yeah.
All right.
Is it alive?
Oh, yeah.
Barely ever hear your dogs going ham.
But it's also going to take 6 points of force damage.
All right. I need Ssah'ra to make that death burst saving throw.
That's a fail.
A fail. Ooh, big numbers. This is going to be 11 points of slashing damage from the death burst.
All right, where are these green guys at?
They're just climbing out of the walls into those squares. And they don't appreciate that you just murdered their buddy.
Which squares?
Oh, you can't see these things?
There we go.
All right.
All right, second attack on that one.
Sure.
Yeah, so I'm guessing a 14 doesn't hit.
14 does not hit.
Third attack. It's a regular attack of 20. 20 hit.
20 will hit.
Small numbers. 18 points of magical slashing.
Okay, and it is bloodied.
She'll use the last of her movement to step in there. And for the butt.
Oh, I'm sorry. After that first hit, it's going to go invisible. So roll this at disadvantage. It's going to use its reaction.
It's a 17.
A 17 will not hit.
That's all I got.
All right, who's next?
Zirahl.
Yeah, I can see 5, 10, 15. You give me line of sight to the big one?
Not from inside that tunnel, no. One more step I will.
Okay.
And he's not big yet. He's still a normal size. He has to put on his big boy pants to go big.
Okay then. Reconsidering non-cipher bonus.
Fair enough.
I can get there. How about that?
Can you draw me a line from the corner of your square to the corner of his without intersecting a wall?
I think so.
It's close.
Yeah, that should work.
Yeah, looks good to me. You're good. That one was tricky to eyeball.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Keep me honest, Brickroad. That's all I ask. Does a 19 hit?
19 does hit. Oh, he's invisible, so make sure you roll a disadvantage.
Oh, right. Yes. It's still a 19.
Very good.
13 points of force damage.
Is it enjoyable when you kill a monster that death bursts on another player?
Yes.
I mean,
When the
Especially
player
if
is me, probably.
Ssah'ra
Especially
need a
if
deck
it's
save against the death burst.
Depends on the player. not really the player character.
I passed.
Okay, 4 points of slashing damage, which you can cut in half.
I feel bad for death bursting Benny a whole bunch, but not
Ssah'ra.
Dude, I have 160 hit points. You should death burst him all day long.
And you don't have line of sight on the other green guy from that spot.
I figured as much.
Don't worry about it.
So the other 2 Eldritch Blasts are not used, and that will end my turn.
All right, who's next?
Nerium.
Nerium.
I mean, I can't really do anything to these monsters.
You make
and
fun
I
of
can't
them.
They're immune to psychic damage.
Oh yeah, you're right.
You're immune to most damage types, it feels like.
I need to make a large Tom like for my next character because I need to stop playing bastards.
That's what I told Chris the other day. Like, your next character's got to be lawful good, and they have to be nice to everybody.
That's fine. I'm gonna do it. He's gonna be lawful
There's
good.
gonna be a whole party of himbos, pure of heart, dumb of ass.
Dude, that sounds awesome for the
yes.
next campaign.
Oh, I'm
Yes.
playing.
Let's see. Sahn.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna institute. Make Sahn. You know what? No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna stand here. Go get him, Sahn, and I'm gonna give you a bard die.
Sure.
And then
Does that could
dodge.
work on attack rolls?
Yes, it does.
Excellent.
Is that it for Nerium?
That's it.
All right, who's next?
Benny. I don't know where you can go, Benny, but
I mean, this is a squeeze tunnel, right? So I feel like this is getting...
Yeah, and when you standing looking down into the tunnel, you can once again see where 2 more creatures are coming out of the wall behind them.
I'm going to take the dodge action and hope that...
Okay.
Benny will put his thumbs in his ears and waggle his fingers and stick out his tongue and go, nah, can't get me, or I don't know.
Didn't this guy
Just
take,
taunt
like, one of these red guys take off like half your hit points?
I mean, that was like 2 or 3 over the course of the fight.
Sure, gotcha.
Yeah. I'm trying to... I don't want them to hit Sahn.
So you're gonna,
Speaking
are
of
you,
red,
I will
green is up
dodge.
next.
are you gonna
I
dodge
will
there?
dodge.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll dodge.
Green is up next.
Green is up next.
Okay.
Can't believe that worked.
It was 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 10, 15, 20. That's a little better. Why is that a 15-foot cone, not a 20-foot cone? Well, let's breathe fire on Sahn.
Sure.
So yeah, can we get a DC 12 dexterity saving throw?
Yep. I'm not close enough to Benny. So that's a save of 13.
Okay, so 13 points of fire damage, which you can cut in half for passing the save. Benny, I got 2 attacks coming your way.
Yep. Dodge.
No, I don't. Oh, the first one misses. Second one misses. And that's green. Who's next?
Red.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I've got one more green one down here.
No, he's fine.
Let's
He's gonna wish he didn't do that.
go ahead and give me a dex saving throw, Ssah'ra.
What?
It's going to breathe fire on you.
Okay, I passed.
So 11 points of fire damage, which you can cut in half for passing. And that's going to be the end of green's turn. And then it's red, correct?
And it is red. Come on down, Santa Claus.
So yeah, we're going to go ahead and bonus action to be a big boy.
Please
He's
tell
going
me it
to
looks like something.
start his attack by letting green use their reactions. Benny's still dodging, so this is made a disadvantage. Did I get you anyway? 22 to hit?
Yeah, 22 will hit.
At disadvantage, I hit the heavily armored paladin. And I get to roll my
Oh,
d12.
I have no way to see. I'm sorry, Benny.
That's going to be 13 points of piercing damage.
Yep.
Plus 5 points of fire damage from the thing's fire lance.
I'm in the wrong window.
Ssah'ra, the other one's going to use its reaction to attack
I
you with a
can't see
fire
you.
lance.
You're out of line of sight, so I can't.
That's a natural
reaction.
1. And then I got to make 3 attacks at disadvantage against Benedict, who is still dodging.
Yeah.
Let's throw away that 20. Can't use that. That's going to be a 14 to hit.
No.
Ooh. That's going to be a 22 to hit.
22 on it.
This is with the Psychic Attuned Hammer. So we're looking at 14 points of bludgeoning damage, plus 6 points of psychic damage.
All right. Oh.
And that was red, and now green is all used up on reactions.
Oh, Frabjew's Day.
That was red. Who's next?
Up next is Sahn, followed by Zirahl.
Okay. I'm gonna start shooting at this one.
Yep.
I've got advantage on the first one, I think, right? Oh no, I have a bard die. Is that a D10?
Yeah.
Treble. So as a sharpshooter, if a 12 misses, it becomes a 17.
17 will not hit.
Okay. Second attack, sharpshooter.
You don't lose it on a failure, and it is
I know.
a D10.
That'll probably hit. That's a 28,
28 will hit.
dealing 20 magical piercing.
And it is bloodied.
Got a third attack. If a 19 doesn't hit, it becomes a 25,
The 19 hits.
dealing 18 magical piercing. And final attack.
Well, that was enough to blow that one up.
Oh,
And
okay.
no one was in range of the death burst.
Let's go on the red one then. The final attack will hit an armor class of 24,
24 will hit.
dealing 18 magical piercing.
All right.
That's my turn.
All right, who's next?
Ssah'ra. She will wave at the green guy
Wave at him.
and then punch him in the face with a 29.
You're going to punch him. You're not going to hit him with your weapon.
Oh, she's going to use her weapon.
Okay.
It's the punch with a glaive. It's a big girl punch.
You don't punch with a glaive. You swing a glaive.
Well, she's punching him in the face with a glaive.
I guess you could
She's
swing
just
a
a-
punch.
She's she's a weird snake woman. She
Yeah.
doesn't understand.
This sounds like a language barrier.
20 points of magical slashing.
And it's bloodied.
And you know what? Just because this guy's an asshole that breathed on her. Also 8 points of force.
And that's enough. So I need you to make that death birth save.
Okay. That's a fail.
Fails. It's going to be 6 points of slashing damage as the shrapnel rains down upon you.
Like a lawful good high dex character next campaign.
Is that it for Ssah'ra?
No, I guess she's going to move.
Yeah, come stand next to the death burst.
30 gets me here.
Okay.
Are either of these two bloodied?
No, not yet.
Let's go for big red. Second attack. It's a 25.
That will hit.
Bad. 27 points of magical slashing.
And it is bloodied.
All right, third attack. That's a crit.
Ooh. Oh boy.
That's critting on my rogue. 37
Paladin,
points
then.
of magical slashing.
I think you said 37.
37.
That's enough for him. So Benny, I need to save against the death burst.
Yeah, play a paladin. It's fun. Oh, that's
You're an excellent elven shield.
a 6.
So 3 points of slashing damage, Benny.
Oh, we don't get to have that one. Hey, I know what character I made. This is exactly what he's intended to do. Soak all the damage.
Is that it for Ssah'ra?
Yeah, I got no worthwhile bonus action.
All right, who's next?
Zirahl.
5, 10, 15, 20 gets me there. And take a pot shot at him with an Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
As is that 29 to hit?
That'll hit.
8 points of force damage.
8 points of force. Did he have a reaction? He did
Didn't
not.
he already use
He
it
used his
to-
reaction.
To do his
Attack me.
Yep,
Yeah.
he used a
Do his
reaction to attack
attacky
you, so
thing.
he's not going invisible.
26 to hit.
Also hits.
7 points force damage.
And it is bloodied.
And a nat 1.
Okay, that one's not going to hit anything.
Nope.
Staying put there?
Pow, pow, pow.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that so I need to keep Benedict in line of sight.
All right, who's next?
Nerium.
Nerium, you going to finish this guy off or what?
Ow.
Smack it?
Is there like an extra
Okay.
cantrip in your magic instrument or something?
No. Well, let
No,
me
like
let me double
firebolt
check.
or anything?
Let me double
could-
check.
You could hit it
Double-
with your instrument.
Improvised weapon. Yeah, you could.
I mean,
D4.
like,
Do you get like a firebolt from being a ladrin or something?
no.
You're immune to fire.
I didn't specifically design the creatures in this dungeon to be immune to everything Nerium could do. It just worked out that way.
Don't worry, Nerium. I'm right there with you.
All
my damage type is ruined.
Nerium's gonna clap her hands and say, "All right, you guys got this," and then she's gonna squeeze back through the tunnel and she goes, just go back over to him.
He's just cowering on the other side of the wall.
How you doing, buddy? And I'm gonna dodge.
All right, who's next?
Benny.
Benny, you going to finish this up for us?
Well, I can't do radiant damage, so I don't know.
It's
29.
29 will hit.
Okay. I'll roll the radiant damage anyway. That's 13 slashing.
And
3
that's
radiant.
enough. Let's go ahead and get the
Okay.
save against the death burst.
15.
Okay, so you can take half of 11 points of slashing damage. And who wants to roll 8d10s?
5. Okay.
I got 4 here.
Yeah, you can have my 2.
Well, Chris and I both failed. Who's up next?
My turn.
See, that's
Decent.
quite good.
36.
36. That's 36 pieces of gold worth of usable gemstones.
I need to heal.
Okay.
How bad is anybody else damaged? Because I'm probably gonna aura vitality and use it on myself.
I'm missing 10 hit points, and I can get that.
I'm missing about the same, yeah.
I'm missing 90. So
Jesus, you're a pincushion.
That psychic attuned hammer, that's a big boy attack.
Yeah, it is a big
it's,
boy hit.
It's death by 1,000 cuts, really. Like there's just so many attacks.
Those
that
1,000
take.
cuts actually kind of fucking hurt.
Yeah. I'm looking at my health and I'm like, if I didn't have this item and Naz had it instead, like would I be okay? And the answer is yes, but barely.
So you're
Is
going to
that
cast Aura
10 down there?
Vitality?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna use this all. I'm trying to get 20 on the table here. So how much healing is that? 65. Yep, it's mine. Boop.
Man, he pops out an aura of vitality. Takes
It takes a minute.
the form of like a massive cocktail that's supposed to be drunk by multiple people with straws, and he just drinks all of it.
You hear a slurping noise.
12 straws in his mouth.
I mean, unless we have regenerate, then I would share that around. But
Yeah, sorry.
I think regenerate is probably more of an emergency spell.
So Ssah'ra starts loading up the minecart
Yeah.
with the explosive material.
Oh, Benny's not gonna help with that.
I don't know how much we
Yeah,
need, so
I-
as much as we can get.
That's adorable
Thanks,
how he
man.
starts
I'm gonna stand clear.
swiping his token back and forth to let us know that Ssah'ra was making multiple trips.
Yeah,
So, yeah, you
this is
put-
the time lapse version.
You get it loaded up, you move the minecart back into position, throw the switch track,
Yep.
and then what?
She's gonna get how. I don't know how far away we need to be. So at the point where she looks like pushing this thing will go straight, or not straight, but at least stay on the track.
I mean, if you
she's
get a
gonna-
good slithering start with it, you could push it. It'll continue to roll down the track.
Yeah, she wants that because she wants to ram into this boulder with his.
I'm going to be on the
That's
previous
cool.
level while you're doing this.
So
I
no,
don't like that because what if the elevator falls down and isolates you?
and squishes the bug.
I've got ways to get back. Don't worry.
wherever you decide to be, as long as you like brace yourself against the coming tremor, you don't. I'm not going to make you make a save. I made everybody make a save the first time because none of you knew that the massive explosion was going to rack the whole dungeon.
We would
Yeah,
have
we
if
did.
somebody had followed instructions.
So yeah,
I mean,
push the minecart and it comes rolling down the track, crashes into the thing, and Benny and Ssah'ra and Zirahl are watching the spectacular explosion. You all brace yourselves against the wall, and it opens up the next section. of
Does the elevator get knocked loose and come crashing down?
No, it does not. I mean, it shakes and jostles, but it does not come crashing down.
Okay.
So looking at this next room, it's a very large area. But don't enter it yet, because I have to do some...
look at that's like Ssah'ra's just dragging her token like.
No, I'm not going in.
We're in a hurry. Benny looks at Ssah'ra
Apparently.
and says, "You know what? Is this the stuff that cannon was using?"
Probably. This is why we need to get some back from Midge. There should still be some left in the crate.
Maybe Double Owl would know how to make it.
That's why we got these samples.
Don't let anything happen to them.
Looking into the next room. It's like the largest open area you've seen so far. The tracks run down the center of it. The tracks where you're standing are basically destroyed. This minecart's gone. And looking off to the right, you see an open area. The cavern continues on, but you see a row of these dwarven bodies, each of which
see one.
encrusted with what looks kind of like gemstone armor. You guys have fought a bunch of these already. And they're just standing there inert, blocking the path south.
Little shit.
We
You
need
know,
that part.
not to like argue with you for giving us like one more to fight for more experience or anything, but if you had made 7 of them, you could have made a Snow White joke. 7 dwarves in a mine.
I need somebody to
could've
say
covered
something
the entire-
intelligent to counteract what Treble just did. I need somebody to
I got
balance that
nothing.
out.
I got nothing.
Inertia is a property of matter.
There are no physics in the game.
Oh no! What have I done?
What's next?
On the plus side, Benny, this means we don't need to worry about the molecular wave function.
Oh, thank God for that. Nobody should worry about that.
Is that something you were worried about?
Yes.
Why are we
Yeah.
worried about it?
I have nightmares about it.
It's terrible, terrible calculus. Even if you get rid of the calculus.
What's next?
Well, I mean, like, so this is just a dead end, right?
Yeah, just a dead end area.
I mean, I want to go this way, but I mean, at the same time, we all know what's going to happen.
Can we get more of this explosive stuff in there and like pile it up on these things and then hit them with it?
I don't know about you, but this seems like a perfect use for my talents.
Please show us
Zirahl
what you can
rubs his-
do.
Rubs his
What?
hands together.
Son, do you still
Eh.
have Thunderwave? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt there.
And,
I've got ice and I have lightning.
Benedict, you might want to step back.
Yes, sir. Oops, sorry, I don't know where back is.
Let's drop a fireball right there.
They're immune to fire.
Shit, you're right.
Fire, radiant, and psychic that you know of.
Yeah.
Get an earthquake in.
No, I don't have an earthquake spell.
All are damage types.
See, the thing is, I have a magic item on my character who would be perfect for the situation, but for my other character, but I don't have that here, so boo.
Well, we lost our minecart, so we can't blow them up.
I could try thunder damage, but it's a first level spell, and it only hits one thing.
And the ground is still all obsidian. It's not loose earth.
Correct.
I mean, just march up there and beat them up. You've been doing it all afternoon.
My arm
Go,
is
yeah.
tired.
Shoot. Go.
Benny, you approach the first one, and it doesn't come to life. It's standing completely inert. It's just barring the path to the south.
He
How
takes his
tall are
sword and
they?
like taps it.
Benny,
They're dwarf-sized.
Benny, wait. Ssah'ra wants to run back here.
You can't run, but you can slither.
She's gonna snake run.
Oh, right. That's like a sidewinder. We've established this.
She's gonna get a bag of this explosive stuff.
Okay. Yeah, you put a couple of the large stones in a bag.
And she's gonna bring it back here. And she's gonna... Can she stack it on this thing's head or like on his shoulders?
Yeah, you could reach up and gently put a hunk of the stuff on its head.
Okay, she's gonna
They're only
do
like
that.
4 feet tall, give or take.
Okay, so she's gonna stack these rocks on this thing's head.
Yep.
She's gonna step back. Benny, you want to do it?
Can I? Actually, yeah. Benny will take a puff on his cigar and then throw the cigar butt at the rock, I guess.
Okay.
He's done with this.
Nerium turns to Zirahl and says, "This is why I'm not afraid of any empire that
that are fallen empress.
I mean,
Something gets
yeah.
the urge to turn
I get
around
that.
and walk away from whatever result is going to happen.
Like, you kind of blow them apart a little bit, but they're still in. It doesn't look like the actual heat has done anything to them, but you've moved them. The force of the explosion has tumbled them backwards some.
I mean, do we even need to go that way? There's, like, this whole other parts of the cavern. We could check there last.
Correct.
Did it damage them?
Hard to say,
Like, are they
because
sti-
they're
are they
not, you
still
don't even know if they're
whole?
alive.
Like their structures.
Structurally,
still
it
the
looks
same
like you
shape?
might have taken a chunk out of them, but didn't seem to bother them at all.
just
I
push
don't
it
know if
over."
this. Yeah, well, Benny will try to move it.
Benny just begged, "Come to life, you asshole!" What are you doing?
Ready to kill you? I'll do it.
Yeah. I mean, you drum on it, you bang your fists against it.
But I can't move it back a space. It's too heavy.
I mean, you just like shove it back.
That's what was my intent.
Yeah, you can shove it back a space.
Okay. Well,
Can Ssah'ra tip this line over like a bunch of dominoes?
No, it wouldn't work like that. What
one
are
was
the rest of you
close
guys
to
doing?
I'm looking down the rest of the... I don't even know why we're so concerned with these specific, like...
So Sahn is checking out this northern area, and then there's a squeeze tunnel that goes in this way.
What's down along the track?
The track continues with several squeeze tunnels on the side.
I'm going to go into
There's
this squeeze tunnel and see if they connect.
Okay, and it does.
Can I
Appears
see
to be
anything
more
north
branch
or east
mining.
from here?
More branch mining,
Ssah'ra-
exactly.
Ssah'ra's pushing them over.
oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought like you had done this and knocked one into it or something. Benny is apparently putting them back.
Okay,
She'll catch up.
this squeeze tunnel comes over here and connects.
Knocking
Looking
them
south
all
comes
prone.
back down to the track.
How about over here?
You're gonna go into this tunnel.
Sure.
Nerium, I'll stay behind you and gets to come. to
Benny.
life.
Off to the south here, you see the same illumination that you saw earlier.
Lights up ahead.
Hold on before
These-
Yeah, exactly, Sahn.
Well, were these glowing or not?
They were not. No.
And that's different than all the others, right?
Every time you've had an encounter, you've seen the glow ahead of time.
Yeah, I'm not
they're-
particular. I mean, we should maybe worry about like future glow, but I think we're probably fine with those.
Well, Ssah'ra's opinion is that if there's a red guy down there, he's probably got a way to activate them so they come to life.
It could be the red guy that is the glow, and the green ones just don't. I haven't been paying attention that closely.
Continuing on south towards the glow.
Yeah, let's map it out.
Stand here.
And the glow is coming off from this direction.
Cast mapper.
What's this way?
This way opens up a little bit.
Yeah, let's get this area here.
Like stepping down
Come
into
on,
this
Treble,
room,
Raz, that one was for you.
the track
Sorry, what?
continues through an open area.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
I
Cast
got it.
mapper.
You want to
I
go up to the
appreciate
north?
that.
Yeah, she's gonna check up here.
Going north, there's another empty room, but there's an alcove to the north where you see more illumination.
You're probably in the safest spot, Nerium.
Well, I'm trying not to get our friend here breathed on.
Yeah.
Benny, we're still looking for a way up from here, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Or switch to bring the elevator back down. Assuming it still even functions.
Somebody want to go see what's at the end of the tracks?
Yeah, I could do that.
Benny, coming to the end of the
See
track.
if we can get anything out of this squeeze tunnel.
Wait, Sahn, if you go down there, you're gonna aggro the.
Oh, is this the light? Okay, non-cipher. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna move down there.
So, Benny, you want to follow the tracks
I'm
to the
wearing a
end?
cloak today.
Yeah, I'll look down.
Tracks to the end, you find this nice little room.
End of the line, y'all.
And another cart filled with explosive material.
Hmm.
Are there any glowing lights down there?
Not if the Benny can see from that position.
I'm gonna move to the middle of the room.
Sahn,
gonna
looking
check
up
out this.
north,
Yeah.
a couple little dead-end tunnels.
Huh.
And you got one other path to the side here.
Yeah. Peering down that way.
As you come to the end of this
Yeah,
tunnel and
that's
turn right, you can see the illumination to the north. And it all connects.
Nerium, want to come down here? Might be safer in this room.
Be safer in the room with the explosives.
Yeah, in those
the-
cramped little hallways.
Are these all crawl tunnels?
Yeah, those are all squeeze tunnels.
Or squeeze tunnels? Okay. Yeah, fighting in here is not ideal. Do they have disadvantage when they fight in a squeeze tunnel?
It's a good question. It's a fair question.
Are they roughly my size before they get big?
No, they're smaller
They're,
than you.
they're a little smaller. Okay, they're probably okay.
You need to lure them out.
Gosh, how is there a way to make like a fuse to like stick into a chunk of this rock, light it, and then chuck it?
Like,
Yeah.
let's just.
I mean, I can transduction a torch from pretty good distance.
Why are we exploding things?
Yeah, I don't know why we need an explosion yet, until we find the.
I think
To get their
Passage up.
attention.
the two of you need to take a step back and evaluate your life decisions.
Nerium, I do that every time we go out together.
Listen,
Benny puts his hands on, or crosses his hands and says, "This is the first thing Zirahl and I have ever agreed upon in our entire time knowing each other. How dare you take this from us?"
Something has gotten. Sahn says over the mind, like, Benny is way more fucked up by losing Naz than I thought he was.
He's starting to agree with Ssah'ra.
Yeah.
Well, do you want to go aggro the one in the tunnels or the one that's up north?
My
Actually,
vote is for the tunnels because that maybe converges with an area we already know about, whereas the other one may just go off in another whole new tangent.
All right, well, somebody go pull it out and.
Where do you want me to be? Like here?
Do you want me to run in there and try and get their attention and then run back?
Basically, yeah.
I can do that.
So you guys are placed where you want to be for the start of this next encounter?
I think so.
Nerium, I don't know if that's the best spot since there is one up north that might come down.
well, I mean,
Yeah, because I would be here, but I'm concerned about this too.
I don't know why it grabbed you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna get on this tunnel and try and get their attention.
All right, go ahead and roll initiative from that position.
Benny looks back at Ssah'ra and says, "We're right about the explosives, aren't we?"
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Who is... So Ssah'ra pushed all of these over except for these two? Like these...
Yeah.
Okay, so who's at the top of my order?
Sahn is at the top of your order.
Yeah, Sahn, looking around the corner here, you see this hammer-wielding dwarf creature start to move in your direction, casting off illumination.
Do I see anything down in this direction?
I'll give you a little bit, yeah. Looking
Thank
this
you.
direction, you can see the bottom platform of another lift.
Okay, and I don't see any glow that way?
No.
All right, well, I've got some movement, so let's go ahead and shoot it!
Yeah.
So I got... this is a non-sharpshooter that hits an armor class of 18.
18 does not hit.
Okay. It's a non-sharpshooter. It hits an armor class of 23.
That hits.
For 8 magical piercing, this is a non-sharpshooter. It hits an armor class of 31.
31 will hit.
For 13 magical piercing, I can then move 10, 20, 30, and I have line of sight, so I am going to dimension slide and psychoportically step out over here.
Okay.
That's the end of Sahn's turn.
All right, who's next?
Zirahl.
Got its attention.
Excellent. Stop making up words. I don't know which. I guess Ssah'ra will come here to wait for it
Okay.
and dodge.
Dodge there.
Yeah, because I don't think.
If it comes in the melee, you can stab it anyway, so you don't need to ready.
Yeah, I don't think it. I don't think you can get to melee this turn. Let's do like a dash or something. Yeah, she's gonna dodge.
All right, who's next?
Green.
Green is next.
Half their movement to stand up.
Yep, half their movement to stand up. So they can each move 10 feet.
Oh, I got those. Don't worry about them, guys. This is all me.
These ones can move 20 feet.
Oh, wait. No, not if they come that way.
Yeah, I don't like the ones moving south.
And then they
I can get the ones that are coming from the north.
dash to each move an additional 20 feet.
Just think the zero would be turbo useless in this place.
Yeah, I was trying to think of things like Entangle.
All right, all of the greens just dashed. Who's next?
Nerium.
Nerium doesn't really have anything to do, so let's see. Green. Benny. Nerium is going to tell him to squat down,
He does.
and I'm going to cast invisibility on him.
Okay.
And
Pretty altruistic of you.
yes, his safety is my utmost concern.
Yes. Understood.
And bonus action. Who wants a bard die?
We all do.
You know what? Nazir, you take it.
Nazir's dead.
Try again.
New Nazir, you take it.
New Nazir, who dis?
Nazir's
Zirahl.
dead. Happy's in
Yeah,
single.
it's Zirahl. Yeah, you take it because you can add this to it. You can add the D10 to your cantrip as damage,
Good.
or you could use it to hit.
Yeah.
There you
I
go.
enjoy the idea of Nerium calling Zirahl New Nazir.
Nerium, you're staying put there?
Yes.
All right, who's next?
Benedict.
Benedict's gonna use his action to burst into tears.
Yeah.
From hearing Nazir's name again? No. I can't reach anything. This is
I've
a
got the
portal
ones in the
tunnel.
north.
Okay. Oh, why does that keep happening? There we go.
Be a
I'm gonna-
wall and stand in front of me.
I'm gonna ready an action,
Yep.
and the trigger will be a hostile creature enters this space.
Okay, who's next?
Red.
Red. Red can move a little faster.
And through walls. Dun dun dun. No.
So he's going to bonus action to be a big boy. And he's going to... hasn't been able to do this up till now. He's going to go invisible.
That's rude.
That's just mean.
Oh, wait, hold on. That's not what he's doing.
But we probably should have seen that coming.
And he's also going to become a big boy. And then go invisible. And actually, nobody saw him do that, so you're just going to lose track of him.
Oh, God.
That was Red. Who's next?
Zirahl.
Okay. See, I was there. 5, 10, 15. You give me that line?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
That's reasonable.
And Big Boy's getting 3 Eldritch Blasts.
Alrighty.
He's invisible, the big one, right?
He is invisible, so you're
Oh, is
rolling
he?
a disadvantage.
Oh, scratch that then. Let's go to the small ones, non-cipher
Wait, both
bonus.
invisible?
Okay.
12 to hit.
12 does not hit.
How about a 21?
That'll hit.
12 points force damage.
Okay.
One more blast. Another 12 to hit.
12 does not hit.
You have that bard die still?
Oh, you know, I didn't even use that, but you know what? I probably should. How about a 15? Does a 15 hit?
15 does not hit.
Bummer.
These are all staying put
Do
there?
I get that? No, I'm backing up.
Okay. Who's next?
After Zirahl, it is Sahn.
All right, this is either going to be amazing or terrible. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I'm going to shoot this one.
Yep.
Non-sharpshooter. That hits an armor class of... Wait, hold on. Is that the... Do I need to do this then? Yeah, that's fine. That hits an armor class of 22.
That'll hit.
Dealing 7 damage.
And
8 damage.
It is bloodied.
Gonna shoot that one.
Sure.
That hits an armor class of 32.
Okay.
Dealing 9 magical piercing.
Okay.
Gonna shoot this one.
Sure.
That hits an armor class of 31. dealing 8 magical piercing, and I'm going to take a disadvantage shot on that one for range as a bonus action.
Okay.
That hits an armor class of 22.
That'll hit.
Dealing 12 magical piercing.
Okay.
Action surge.
Sure.
Manifest. Dimension slide to here. And
Weird.
now I brandish my staff, and I need everything in this 120-foot line to make a DC 17 dexterity saving throw as I summon forth a lightning bolt. Everything that I shot has disadvantage because I'm a wilder warrior.
All right, let's break this down.
Yeah.
So it looks like this one's not in your line.
It's a 10-foot wide line.
Okay, then it looks like everything is in your line.
Yeah.
So I've got 1, 2.
Got 4 with disadvantage, 2
Let's
with
do-
that, and then the
let's do
red
those
one,
ones.
and
Let's
the other 2 with
resolve the disadvantage first.
Yeah, you're looking for 17 on dex.
Fail, fail. Fail, fail. So those are the 4 at disadvantage. I've got 3 greens without disadvantage. Fail, fail, fail. And then I've got my invisible red guy.
Yep.
Fail.
All right, so that deals 96 lightning.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of wish I'd given you the bard die. Put that D10 stank on there.
That's assuming they're not immune to lightning.
Yeah, I don't know. That's why this might not be awesome. We're looking at 39 lightning damage, half on a save.
All right. 39. Sure. So that's the big red. We'll take that. So big red is bloodied. He explodes. He explodes. You're within 5
I
feet,
think I have to make
so
1 dex save. Yeah.
yeah, against the death burst.
That's a 20.
Okay, so let's apply some death burst damage. It's going to be 8 points, which you can cut in half.
Yeah.
And then 39, 39, 39, 39.
And that
all
is absolutely
4
the end of my turn.
That we
explode.
call that maneuver the electric slide.
It's a good thing that physics isn't real in D&D. Otherwise, that'd be fire damage. They'd be immune.
Correct, yeah. Lightning damage should really be fire damage, but it's not. As you use electricity, everything you just attacked glows supernaturally bright for a few moments. So not only did you do 39 damage to all of those things. Oh, you know what? Actually, this thing explodes too. So I need another save for the death burst.
You got it. That's a 9.
6 points of slashing damage from the death burst, as they are vulnerable to lightning damage.
Told you I had it.
Good job, Sahn.
It's a lot of damage.
Clap.
That was a lot of damage. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 creatures took 39 damage, and no, I did that wrong. 2, 7, 39. 546 points of damage that turn.
Plus my crossbow bolts. But that was mostly to hurt their saves. That's my turn.
Who's next?
Ssah'ra just stands there dumbfounded.
Ssah'ra, you can't do anything even remotely that cool.
No, not until I learn a lightning bolt. So it's difficult terrain to go through these tunnels, right?
Correct. They're squeeze tunnels.
She's just come down here in case something pops up this way, but she's just gonna dodge.
Okay. Who's next?
It's green.
All right. Good.
This is why we keep Destil around, because he does things like that.
And they're all dashing. Who's next?
After green is Nerium.
Nerium, it's an action to perform a round of applause.
Okay. I use my action to give a rousing, like, whistle. Stick my finger between my lips and just blow it in excitement of that display from Sahn.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
And I would like to give I'm trying to see how many bar die I have left. I've got plenty. I'd like to give Benny a bar die. And then
An elf friend is like being abandoned.
he's down there, he's visible.
Who's next?
Benedict.
Benedict?
Benedict, you're muted if you didn't notice.
Oh, that's an issue. Sorry, my volume came disconnected, and I guess it automatically did that.
Gross.
Oh, thank you for the bard die. I don't know what to use it on, so I'm gonna just perform the same action. I will ready an action for
Okay.
a hostile creature to enter this space.
Who's next?
After Benedict is red, followed by Zirahl.
Red is still around and doing something, but you guys don't know what he's doing. So who's next?
Zirahl is next, and Zirahl. Okay. I'm gonna move up here, and I'm gonna radiant action to fire an Eldritch Blast at the first jerk bag that comes around that corner.
Jerkbag or... Because these guys aren't jerkbags.
They're kind of jerk bags, but okay. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
The first gem-encrusted humanoid.
Gem Dwarf.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Who's next?
Sahn. Can you top that?
No, I probably just have to double move, honestly. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Oh, actually, move to there instead. Yeah, that's all I can do.
Okay.
His turn.
Who's next?
After Sahn is Ssah'ra. Yeah, Ssah'ra's gonna stay here and protect the invisible guy and dodge.
Oh, I forgot you made him invisible. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
So after Ssah'ra is green.
All right. This is going to trigger something.
Yep. Does 17 hit?
17 does not hit.
How about a 22?
That'll hit.
Looking at 14 points of force damage.
Okay, and it is bloodied.
And does a 25 hit?
Sure does.
7 points of force damage.
Okay. And that's going to trigger something else.
Yep, I'll swing at it. If 17 doesn't hit,
17 does not hit.
Maybe 26 will.
26 will hit.
Okay. 11 slashing, 1 radiant.
Okay, go ahead and make the save against the death burst.
Pass.
It's going to be 6 points of slashing damage, which you can cut in half for passing.
3. Okay.
Get right up on Sahn here. Okay, so that's green. Who's next?
Nerium, followed by Benny. Treble?
Sorry, I'm thinking.
You have to think really hard about this combat.
I do, because I can't do anything. You know what? Benny, you got this. I'm just gonna dodge.
Okay. I feel like I shouldn't give Treble any experience for this combat.
It's not his fault.
Yeah, she's helping. She clapped.
That's true. Who's next?
I've given out several bard. I've given out 2 bard dice.
Making this guy invisible is probably extremely helpful.
Yeah, that's actually fair.
Like
she can use any concentration spells right now.
I'd give her a blip for that.
Who's next?
Yeah, it's Benedict.
Oh, I guess it's
followed by
Benny. Okay. I'll attack the one in the front, I suppose.
Okay.
16 to hit.
Does not hit.
How about 29?
29 will hit.
12 slashing, 3 radiant.
The radiant damage does nothing.
Yeah, I'm still gonna read it anyway because the one time I give up, it'll have mattered. I'm gonna stay here.
All right, who's next?
Red, followed by Zirahl.
You don't know what Red's doing, but you hear it bellow out its orders to attack. So I've got one on
Any idea what kind of
Sahn.
language it is?
Nothing you recognize.
Okay.
So the one on Sahn's going to miss. I've got 2 on Benny.
Yep.
I might hit you. I might.
Every time you say that,
I have a
that's
21
like
to hit.
38. Oh, that is my AC.
Hell yeah, I get to roll the D12. It's real exciting.
I feel like this is deja vu for the 8th time.
No, not 2 1s. What? 4 points of piercing damage and 1 point of fire damage, and the lowest possible damage roll.
Yeah. Enjoy your D12s.
So all 3 greens have used their reaction, and you hear strange squeaky movement echoing through the squeeze tunnels in your directions.
No god, he's screwing with the lift.
Who's next?
Zirahl.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna try and take out this one that's on Benedict right here.
Okay.
How does a nat 20 do?
Favorable.
14 points of force damage.
That's
So
good,
that
and I
bard
need Benny to make a save against the death burst.
That's why I didn't use the bard die.
10.
Sorry, a 10.
Yeah.
So 8 points of slashing damage from the death burst.
Dice are just going everywhere. How does a 21 do?
21 will hit.
I'll put the bard die on that. 17 points of force damage to the one behind it.
Okay, that one is bloodied.
Last attack is a hit with a 22. 7 points of force damage to that one.
All right, that one doesn't blow up just yet. No, you're moving your staying put.
I'm good here.
All right, who's next?
Sahn is up next, followed by Ssah'ra.
All right, so I'm going to strike this thing with my staff.
Sure.
It's a crit. I invoke the lightning power of the staff.
Just delete it.
I think you just need to take that one off the table.
So that's a bad roll. That's 11 lightning damage plus 13 magical bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, no, that's enough. You got him.
Okay.
I need a save against the death burst.
Yep. That's a 3.
Max
Well, it's a
damage
7,
on the
still
death
bad.
burst. Woo! 12
Nice.
points of slashing damage.
Most bloodied. So I still have a bunch of stuff, but I probably can't move anywhere. Move here. Do I see anything down the squeeze tunnel?
No, you don't see anything down there moving.
I can move to there.
Okay.
And I don't have anything else to do with my actions.
Who's next?
Ssah'ra's next.
Ssah'ra, do you want to finish this up?
No, because there's a red guy. She'll go to there.
Okay.
And she will. I'm gonna regret this, but she'll attack. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a natural one. What?
We all regret that.
Second attack?
Okay.
Was it 17?
17 does not hit.
Third attack? 30 something.
Okay, there you go.
For 13 points of magical slashing.
And that's enough. Let's go ahead and do one more death burst against Benny.
And then she's still got movement if we're still in combat.
No, we're going to come off initiative after that.
I passed.
She's going to make a beeline for that thing.
5 points of slashing damage from the death burst, which you can cut in half. And that's where we're going to call the session for the week. Because you guys don't know what happened to the red guy. You have no idea.
She was going to run around the corner towards that elevator.
Not going to do anything else this week.
Yeah, apparently not.
I need 12 D10s rolled, please.
Destil, I think it's your roll.
12 D10?
12 D10s.
There's a bunch right here.
Don't like that one. Get out of here. That's a total of 70.
70 gold worth of random usable gemstones pulled out of the pile of creatures you guys just murdered.
We needed, what, 50 for the ritual?
Okay. So I'm going to go dark for a few minutes while I add up all your experience for the session. When we come back next week, we'll find out what happened to the red guy.
All yo yins.
How many gems? You needed like 50 gems for the 50 GP of gems?
Yeah, I think so, which we definitely have now.
You're at like 120 something.
Oh,
106, 109.
that's funny. That's why. That's why the
141.
monsters are there. Huh.
141 so far.
Who's the most creative today?
I would like to give that one to Ssah'ra for really like wanting to use the explosives.
Yeah, if we only did it for good ideas, we would never hand them out.
It's true.
I was going to claim that one for dumbass, but yeah, that works.
Oh, we don't give blips for dumbass. We give blips for badass.
Same thing, isn't it?
Well, that'll be for our next campaign when we get himbo mode.
That's going to be fun. Who furthered Purdy's goals?
I want to give that to
I think it's
Zirahl for putting everyone in the gem at the start to get up the cliff.
That's
yeah.
super, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we got it. I was going to say Nerium for protecting our little sacrifice, but that works too.
It is in the gym. Oh, you mean his flask?
Oh, the flask. Yes, not a gem, it's a flask. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's clear that Sahn gets badass.
Yeah.
That was a
The
lot of fucking damage.
The electric slide.
Again, it could have been really bad if they were immune to lightning, but
I think you would have gotten badass either way, because that was just that was like one of those it's like that moment in checkers where you just like jump all the way to the, like, from the one end of the board to the other, take like 6 pawns and then king me.
I can actually learn Lightning Bolt next level.
Lightning Bolt's one of the best spells. Like
Intangibles, I want to give that to Raz for caring way too much about his character.
I care about my characters too.
I
Let's be
definitely
honest.
care about my character. This is a character that I've said.
Oh my
that,
god.
You do, McDohl. You do care about your characters, but do you write long prose like that?
Yes,
Sometimes.
he just sends
Sometimes.
he just sends it to Brick Road.
My lady wife went to dinner at her father's house. It's like Sunday night family dinner. I don't ever go to that because I get to run D&D. Like I'm exempt. But she comes back. She's like, so my dad gave me this, and she pulls out this huge industrial size box of every different kind of checks. That the box is like bigger than her, and she's like, so I guess we're making Chex Mix this week. I'm like, yeah, I guess we are.
How many different types are there? I'm just curious.
There's 3 types.
My parents and
oh, well, you
we were
made
at the-
it sound like there's a lot. Sorry.
I was at the in-laws for Thanksgiving, and he also we also got sent home with a pile of Chex cereal.
What is this like a
Such a good
thing that's happening to everybody now?
Apparently,
We've just been Chex.
There's an abundance of checks.
All right, who wants some experience?
Yeah, I do.
Yay.
Oh, do we get some?
For 2 rocks and 6 reskinned Dwergar warlords and
Yep.
20 reskinned Dwergar minion guys. Each of you are taking 7,440 experience. That's 7,440.
ooh, it's like half a level right there.
Actually.
I'm probably gonna level up.
Yeah, I might level with that.
That was the rocks are always a gamble because you never want to use a rock like too early in a campaign because the players just can't do anything. But if you go against high level characters, like all they can do is grab you and drop you.
Wow.
But they can't do that if they can't hit you.
Did we get any elixirs?
No, they did not drop any elixirs. I understood that reference.
Well done. We could farm them.
Yeah, that's gonna level me.
We
Yeah, I'm
can't
gonna level
farm them if they don't drop them. Gosh.
Who wants to do some blips first?
Sure.
I think I just heard Benny say sure.
Sorry, I'm thinking.
I can go if you're not ready.
No, I think I got it. Okay.
Benny, go.
Alignment neutral good. Go by the book. If that doesn't work, go with your heart. For sharing the history of his first time meeting Nazir and how he became a paladin.
Okay.
Ideal, I'm going to take the bracers to observe is to act for awaiting the crystalline creatures and then dodging their attack.
I will give you a AP for that as well.
And then flaw, no time to waste. Once Benedict learns that Ssah'ra, or the powder that him and Ssah'ra are carrying is explosive, he insists that Ssah'ra use it everywhere.
Who's next?
I can go.
What does Nerium have for me this week?
I'm gonna take the chokers alignment. Serve me, love me, obey me, and I shall be thy slave.
Okay.
For babysitting the man.
Okay.
And then
I wouldn't let you claim that, except you did turn him invisible at the end. Before Ben.
I've literally been standing in front of him I've been babysitting this NPC.
Yeah.
Entire session. Rule 17, confidence is key for just like I started the session. I'm gonna curse this big guy. I'm gonna bang these guys, and then like it was like, yeah, they got it. And then rule number 9, there's no situation you cannot get out of without a bigger light. For mine and Ssah'ra's constant conversations, that like this man must be stupid because he has not clocked to the fact that we are lying to him, because we just constantly are like, yeah, like we're gonna do the sacrifice and like what I thought, like we're gonna make this wish and whatever. And he's like, you're gonna wish for my wealth and power back, right? Yes, we are.
To be
And we
clear,
just pat him on.
you've already passed all the checks you needed to pass last session.
I know.
Like, you've convinced him all the way down to the core. You would have to pass a new round of checks now to convince him of the truth.
Yeah, I know. It's just funny. It's like we're not even really hiding. We're not even doing a good job at hiding what we're doing. It's just out there in the open, and that's it.
Okay, who's next?
I can go.
Ssah'ra, what do you got?
Alignment neutral evil by any means necessary. That would be throwing a torch into a gunpowder pile.
So, explode the dungeon by any means necessary.
Free the rocks by any means necessary.
Okay.
I want to remind everybody that I said, "Hey, you have that sample. See if that sample explodes."
It wasn't big enough. More explosions.
Yeah, blow up.
The anti-empire must rise from the ashes. The ideal. That would be ignoring Benny's story because an emperor shouldn't feel pity for her subjects.
Wow. I mean, correct, but wow.
Listen, just because she seems lawful good, remember, she is still evil.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. Yeah, sure.
We believe you.
Yeah.
Nerium's
Sure,
lawful or
Jan.
neutral evil, and she still cares.
She's going to wish for world peace. Flaws, people are means to power. That would be reassuring the elf that we are here to restore his world and his livelihood.
All right. Who's next?
I can go.
What does Zirahl have for me?
I have my I have Cheska's alignment, or I have Cheska's ideal. Ignorance is no defense for insulting Ssah'ra when she's like, "Hey, you know, it sounds like a great idea, exploding things."
Okay.
Yes, and he was calling that out earlier. I have my alignment. Thy wish is my suggestion for placing the party inside the flask.
Okay.
And my flaw is Sahn has released me and I must obey his orders for pushing everybody out of his flask while they were on a cliff.
And what does Sahn have for me?
Pretty sure I specifically said not to release everyone until I got you in a place with more space, but okay. So I've got my alignment, lawful, neutral. Each works for the good of all. For working with the rest of the team to find the entrance to the dungeon.
Yep.
I've got my ideal, exceed all expectations for deleting half of that encounter.
That definitely exceeded my expectations.
And I've got my flaw, welp, that's democracy for you, for getting the entire team to agree to go into the flask while he scaled the cliff.
So the way this encounter was supposed to work is you were supposed to, like, climb over these guys and come down here, trigger the fight, and then they would, like, barricade you in as you were... And that's just not what happened.
No, you have vandals.
They were all in a neat little line.
you have vandals in the party. That's what happened.
Who had the most creative idea, solution to a problem this session?
We said Ssah'ra's explosions were very, very creative. Or destructive, but it isn't destruction the first part of creativity?
I mean, it solved the problem.
Yeah.
And the other... So you could have experimented with it the way Nerium says that she wanted to find out they were exploding and then use the explosives to carefully clear the rubble. But I put a note in, like, yeah, if they just blow up the room, which is what's going to happen.
I'm glad that you write toward the party.
You have to account for chaos gremlins.
Right?
Who did the most to further the party's goals this week?
We said Zirahl's flask hitchhiking made climbing up the cliff much easier.
Sure did.
Who was the badass?
I wrote Sahn did like 549 damage or something. He was counting.
And who's intangible this week?
Benedict shared his history with Nazir, part 1 of question mark.
Part 1. That sounds ominous.
Yeah.
We're level 13, right?
14 now.
14.
14. So blips are worth 833. Zirahl, you have 2 and earned 4. You want to come in next week with 6?
Yes, please.
Everybody else currently has 6. Nerium, you earned 3 blips, which you're rolling over. Sahn, Benny, and Ssah'ra each earned 4, which you're rolling over.
I rolled.
I need to do math. I think I level up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come in with 6.
Yep.
Not 6. With 3, and that's gonna level me.
You're going to come in with 3. Sahn's
Yes.
doing math. Who else is mathing?
Benny will level up. He doesn't need to.
I need to spend 6, so I'll come in with 4.
Coming in with 4. Okay.
6, 8.
No, I need to come in with 2.
When we come back next week, we will find out where that last red Dwergar, reskinned Dwergar, got off to. So why don't I save this map before I forget?
I mean, by reskinned, you mean their skin was literally coated with a crystal?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
With
exactly.
gemeralds.
Okay.
With gemeralds. Thanks for playing, guys.
Cheers, y'all.